Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning from Philadelphia.
Woo!
Yes, if you hear Elvis, that means it's Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT.
I said hello, Philadelphia!
I am filling in for the incomparable Dawn Stensland. I'm so grateful for the opportunity, and I know how much everyone misses Dawn. She is with her beloved family this week, so I'll be filling in for her today and tomorrow.
Sinful.
I want to say hi to Dan, the awesome producer. He is supporting me. He's been a great help already. And Jimmy Kelly also producing. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Linda. It's been a lot of fun going back and forth this entire weekend, finding some topics to talk about, and especially some topics having you here that might be perfect for someone like Linda Kearns. So excited for you getting into those.
Right. So I did book 2 guests for today, 2 actually really good friends. The first is Professor John Yu. He's a law professor at Berkeley, and Berkeley Law School. And he's going to talk to us about the constitutionality of the Trump administration shooting these drug boats out of the water. In essence, the Trump administration is using the military to fight crime. Is that constitutional? Is that what should be happening? Is that the same as the war powers that were used after 9/11? So John is probably the smartest person I know. I got to tell you, I'm a little nervous to interview him. He knows
Philly guy too, though, right?
Oh, Philly guy, absolutely. And then at 11:15, we are interviewing Philly's own G-Love of G-Love and Special Sauce. For anyone who does not know, I am an attorney, and I have been G-Love's personal lawyer now for almost 25 years. I think I know everything there is to know. I know all the secrets. I think I am the one who professionally has been with G-Love the longest. I've outlasted all the managers.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. So Dan might have to take over that interview because he's kind of a super fan. And
I am.
Yeah, so I think Dan will be taking over that
I don't
interview.
know. Does my love for G-Love in college particularly expose my hand too much as to where my head might have been back then?
Oh, well, if anyone knows G-Love songs, because those songs, they were pretty much all about women, weed. So
Drinking.
Yeah.
Having a good time.
Yeah.
Waking up late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe well, I don't surf, but there's some of that going on. It's great. And what I really like is every time you bring up G-Love, if you look at the YouTube chat right now, there's a lot of love for G-Love. It's because G-Love himself is a legend here in Philadelphia, and it's not because just his music is fantastic, but he created such a genre that he often brings friends back to the city, and there's just such a a persona around G-Love that I think Philadelphians love, and there's stories about when they first heard him, when they first met him. So just a lot of love that pours out anytime you bring up G-Love, Linda. So I'm happy you're bringing him with us on your show.
And because G-Love is from Philadelphia, he's a Birds fan. So I mean, we're going to have to ask both John.
You think he wants to fire Kevin Patullo too?
I mean, what happened yesterday? I was doing show prep because I hope the audience realizes this is a lot of work. You don't just come in and sit in this chair. So I just give Dawn Stenslin so many props because how many hours a day does she do it?
She is 6 hours live.
And, I mean, she makes it look so easy.
Yeah, but it's at least 4 hours of prep.
It definitely is. And I tuned into the beginning of the game and they were doing so well. I thought, okay, that's good. The Eagles are doing well. I can work on show prep. And then the second half, I thought, all right, I have to watch this game.
Maybe I'm admitting myself as a bad Eagles fan, but I'm so tired from this new baby that I actually dozed off when they were just killing it. And, I thought maybe I could wake up after halftime. I slept through the third quarter and woke up, and I just woke up to a completely different game, and it was devastating to see just a complete collapse that our offense had. It was punt, fumble, punt. It was terrible. And this offensive, I don't want to get too much in the weeds with you, Linda, but I know you would if we could. Kevin Patullo, this offensive coordinator, absolute garbage. Does not know how to call plays at all. Bring back in Doug Peterson. I don't know. Get rid of this guy. Sorry. Let's not go down that path. But I'm furious. Dawn, Linda.
I think yes. I am sitting in for Dawn. No, we all really miss Dawn.
And the Eagles get me fired up.
On the way here in the car, I did see people sporting their Eagles outfit on the street. So I think the fans, as furious as I'm sure they are going to be ready for Friday and hope they pull.
Eagles!
Sorry.
Now, I love that clip because as many people may know, I'm also an election law lawyer in addition to my regular civil practice, and I have to give talks usually all over the country about elections, and of course Philadelphia is a great topic, and I play that clip, and so people understand what we're dealing with here in Philadelphia.
That's a great example.
Hey Dan, you said how tired you were.
Yeah.
I read in the New York Post this weekend that there's a new study out that you are supposed to ask your baby, your infant, for consent before you change his or her diaper. There was a whole article. They did a study on this.
New York Post.
I mean, are you doing that? Are you stopping and asking this child for consent? How old is this baby now? A month?
Yeah, it was month on the 21st, so 3 days past the month. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wondering a lot of things like how does a baby give consent?
Who's doing this?
Who's really doing it?
Oh, it's Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe they have a lot more time than we have.
Researchers, Deakin University, November 2025 guide, at the start of a nappy change, ensure your child knows what's happening, get down to their level and say, quote, you need a nappy change, and then pause so they can take it in. And yeah, say you ask for consent.
Isn't the child usually screaming its head off when it's ready for that diaper change? How do you...
My child can't even smile on its own. She can't look at me and see me. How is she supposed to give me approval to change her very wet and gross diaper? What am I supposed to just close up the diaper with her poop in it?
I don't know. Maybe these people were running out of things to talk about and they just made that up. I don't know.
No. That's sad. The sad part is that I can't say us taxpayers are paying. It's not a public university here in the United States, but somebody's paying for this kind of study.
Maybe there's so many outlets out there. You can put stuff up everywhere. You can put stuff up everywhere that people just kind of make stuff up just to have content. Maybe that's what's happening. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have Professor John Yoo, and I am very excited about that interview, and I hope you all stay tuned in. And thank you again, Dawn Stenslin, for letting me sit in.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So, we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we are back. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland, and I am just thrilled to introduce John Yoo. He is the Emanuel S. Heller Professor of Law at the University of California, Berkeley School of Law. He is our next guest, and I'm going to have to explain to him why we're playing Elvis music, Dan.
Does he not know about your obsession?
I don't think he does.
Well, now he
I don't
knows.
think we've ever discussed it.
Sorry about that.
So I can't wait to talk to him about a recent article that he wrote called The Wages of War and Punishment. So is John ready?
John's ready. He's connected. We're good to go.
Hey, good morning,
Hi,
John.
Guys.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hey, John. So you left Philly for California, but I want all the listeners to know you are Philadelphia born and bred, right?
Well, I was born in Korea, but I came over when I was less than 1 month old. And from there to the age of 18, I don't think I ever left Philadelphia.
So
yep, I'm actually in Philly today, just passing through. Had the pleasure of watching the meltdown yesterday on TV of the Eagles. I mean, what was going on with that? And then, so it's great to be with you. I'm always happy to be on radio where I always tell people I'm not from California. I'm from Philadelphia.
Right. So I hope you're spreading the Philly love out in California.
Can I ask him real quick, though, Johnny? We hear that a lot. Why is that? Why do you feel the need to stick true to your Philadelphia roots? Is it the grittiness, the hard work that we present, the blue-collar nature? I don't know. What is it that Philadelphia speaks to, in your opinion?
I grew up in Philadelphia, the Rocky movies. So Philadelphia is everything you just described to me. But now sometimes when I go downtown, it still feels packed with all these frou-frou restaurants and people driving around in fancy cars and probably people Rocky would want to beat up if he ever met.
That's so true.
Well, John, it's impossible for me to give the listeners your entire resume because I just realized we're about the same age and we're both lawyers, so we both passed the same bar exam, but you are just so accomplished. But I did just realize you're on the board of directors of the Grant Institute. It's a new 501c3 that promotes rigorous and objective study and analysis of the American electoral process. And my friend, Justin Reamer, is the president of that organization. So there we have another thing in common.
Yes, and I still can't believe I passed the bar. I bet you studied a lot harder for it. I barely made it over the finish line, but I was determined not to be some headline that says, like, law professor fails the bar exam. But you remember, Linda, when we took the Pennsylvania bar, it was a lot easier. People in Pennsylvania practice law now, they took a tough one. When we took it, it was called the candy bar.
Yeah, it was called the candy. Well, don't say that. People think that we're really smart, so don't say that. Don't give away.
I don't mean to stop you again, but on that note, when it comes to it being harder now, is that not a good thing to make it harder for lawyers to become lawyers?
What, do you think there's too many lawyers?
Maybe. Well, there's good lawyers like you and John, that's for sure.
Well, as long as there's controversies, there's going to be lawyers. And as long as there is Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, there's going to be a need for someone like me, an election law lawyer. Right, John?
Oh, yeah. But, I'm waiting for Linda to get one of those big billboards on the drive from the airport to Center City. It says 1-800-CALL her now.
Yeah, for the next election. So, well, we're going to talk about a controversy, and that is and tell me if I'm summing up this correctly, John, that basically the use of the military by the Trump administration to fight the drug cartels. Is that an appropriate use of presidential power? Does that sum up your article?
Yes, and I hate to say what lawyers always say, but it really does depend on the facts. And we're still learning about them. I think the administration is keeping something secret, which it should do when national security is involved. But basically, I see it like this. On the one hand, we can't use the military to just fight drug dealers. We don't use the military to fight crime. We don't use the military to fight poverty. We don't use the military to fight whatever, quote unquote, war that politicians say we're fighting. Like, we're not fighting war on inflation. And so we use the military to fight enemies. And so what's important here, it really depends on the facts, is what is the nature of the enemy? If it's just drug runners, I don't think that's an appropriate use of force. But if we're really fighting Venezuela, and our government has concluded from its intelligence sources that these drug cartels are part of the Venezuelan government or are intertwined with the Venezuelan military, then I think that is an appropriate use of the military. And I think that explains why you see some strange uses of the military. For example, the military is being used to stop drug running out of Venezuela, even though most of the drugs that come out of Venezuela don't come to the U.S. If we really were going after the drug cartels setting fentanyl onto our shores, we would be bombing factories in Mexico where they make most of this stuff. But what I think we're doing is we got this huge military flotilla offshore Venezuela, and this campaign is just part of tightening the noose around that terrible, terrible regime to get this guy, Nicolas Maduro, out of power and stop Venezuela from serving as a base for the operations of the Iranian and Chinese and Russians.
Well, where do we draw the line? Because I hear other commentators just kind of say drugs are horrific. If the Trump administration can use the military to shoot them out of the water, then that's absolutely what they should do. Where do we draw the line? Is it that simple?
I think so. I mean, the problem with saying it's just drugs is that we have a Bill of Rights, and it protects all of us against a too powerful government. And most of those Bill of Rights are designed to protect us when we're criminal suspects. So that's why you get, Miranda. Everybody knows Miranda because they hear it on Law and Order. And Law and Order is being played on TV every hour, every channel, sometime in the world, every day. So we all know the steps of the criminal procedure process. Those protections apply when it's crime. And to too easily say, well, something really hurts the country, therefore it's war, not crime, means that you can lose all those Bill of Rights protections. So that's why I think it's important that we just don't say, well, for example, lots of car accidents kill a lot of people. That doesn't mean we wage war on auto manufacturers and deprive them of their constitutional rights. We don't say just because something hurts the country, that's automatically war. War is for foreign enemies. And the key thing then, I think, in terms of drawing the line is, are we really fighting an enemy? And here I think we are. I think here this guy Maduro is not just the president of Venezuela. He's also head of one of the major drug cartels. And the drug cartels and the Venezuelan government are in cahoots, just in a way. And this is when I first worked on this, is after 9/11, the government of Afghanistan and with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda were working in cahoots together. And, we were attacked on 9/11 by Al-Qaeda, a terrorist group, but we also went to war against Afghanistan.
Right. And you mentioned that in your article, which is available at civitusinstitute.org. And I found that really compelling when you mentioned 9/11. Your first paragraph, I thought, really captured the horror. It was so poignant. You talked about how you were walking along and you saw the lights of the fire in the Pentagon, not just simply office lights. And I sometimes wonder if we've already forgotten about that. I know that there's some Instagram accounts out there that just replay some of the 911 calls again and again to just remind us that there were horrible victims of that. So I think tying your argument into what happened at 9/11, I think that's a great comparison. So what do you see as the difference between using the military to fight the drug cartels versus what we did in 9/11?
Well, I'm trying to argue that I think the drug cartels, using the military to fight them, is similar to what we did after 9/11 if the drug cartels are engaged with the Venezuelan government to attack us because of our foreign policy, our national security, our political positions. If it's just drug organizations that are trying to smuggle drugs into the U.S. and make money, I don't think that is like what happened on 9/11. The thing they have in common, though, to be sure, is that they're both examples where we're going to war against something other than a nation. And I think we're allowed to do that, just like we've had wars against pirates and we've had wars against slave traders and so on. So we've had at time mercenary groups. We've had at time wars against enemies that weren't just other countries. But I think that doesn't mean every organization, every group can be fit for the use of force, can be a proper enemy under war. I think that the 9/11 attacks showed the difference between, say, waging war against a mafia group or against a drug ring group. By the way, on the mafia groups, this is totally tangential, but I've been watching this series on Netflix. I don't know if you guys saw this too, about the Philadelphia mob wars in the 1980s and 90s.
Ooh, what's
and
this?
You know what I took away from that as a young person at the time was, that's how you find the best Italian restaurants to eat.
Well,
wherever there was a mafia hit, that's where you would go, because those mafia guys are not going to eat at a bad restaurant.
Wait, isn't that the one where the one guy, he keeps talking about the food, though? Isn't there? Food's
in it all the time. They're like, this restaurant, that and then a lot of the shots where they interview people seem to be in restaurants.
Right.
Did they talk about the Chicken Man being bombed in Philly last night?
No, what happened?
What happened?
No, I'm sorry. That was actually a lyric from a Atlantic City Bruce Springsteen song talking about the Philadelphia mob, Chicken Man. That's a mob war, Philadelphia versus Mafia. Thanks for the suggestion, Professor. I appreciate that.
It's funny, John.
It brought back the memories. I loved the hairstyles and the sort of big baggy sweaters back then, because then you could eat more Italian food and no one would notice.
Didn't one of them start a cheesesteak place recently?
Yeah, Joey Merlino. Yeah, John, I went to law school.
He's the star of of the whole show.
Right,
No,
yeah.
is he really?
Yeah, it's all about him. It's on
I
Netflix.
gotta watch
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
John, I went to law school in Chicago. I went to Louisville University of Chicago, and I know you. I think you went. Did you go to Harvard or Yale?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So,
But don't tell anybody. It's still an
He says that very mum. He's like, yeah.
But it's funny. Growing up, I always thought that the mafia, it was just a way of life. You always heard about it, and especially at our age when we were younger, we always heard about it. But you go away to school and you realize not everyone, that's not part of everyone's life all over the country. Similar with when The Sopranos came out. I said, why is anyone surprised? But most of the country wasn't really aware.
You think people in Indiana know about the mafia? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's like The Sopranos. Why do people think this is funny?
This is just real life.
It's like when I watched Seinfeld, I didn't think it was funny either at first because it reminded me of all my roommates from college.
Right. Hey, John, I was, I think most of us, a huge fan of Justice Scalia, and he often said, what distinguishes America from any other country, what makes us great, is separation of powers. And is that really what your argument is in this article regarding these drug votes?
In part, I think there's two things going on. One is I think the government as a whole, whether it's the president or the Congress or even the judiciary, they owe the American people an explanation when they decide to take the country to war. And I think we're only starting to see that happen now with Venezuela. I really do think what's going on at base is that we're in a covert war with Venezuela, and that sort of makes all these facts line up and make sense. But I also think you're right, Linda. There's a separation of powers issue between the president and Congress. And I don't think presidents can wage war successfully for very long without Congress being on board. Congress has to pay for all the military operations. Congress has to give it support. And I think to get Congress support, the president is explaining, the administration is explaining to them whatever secret intelligence we have and the facts of the U.S., the facts of what the Venezuelan government is doing. And when they do that, then Congress can also, would the president show a united front both at home and abroad that there's agreement amongst their political leaders what's going on. But when they're fighting, when the president and Congress are constantly at odds, it makes it hard for that relationship to work, and it makes it more difficult for us to carry out our military operations abroad successfully.
Right. I remember when Obama was in office, and I think he said, I have a pen and something, and I'll just use it. And I think that was a very dangerous thing for a president to say. As an election law lawyer, I'm just chagrined that we have so many people coming out to vote for the president, yet not as many people vote in the congressional elections or even in the local elections. And those are the people who I think are going to have more effect on your day-to-day life, more effect on your pocketbook, more effect on the American way of life. And as an election law lawyer, I just wish that people would be involved in those elections and who they're choosing just as much as the president, because I don't want to see the presidency get too powerful.
I mean, I'm more in favor of the president's constitutional authority, but I think a lot of what you're talking about is really the result of Congress giving away too much power to the president. We have all these huge agencies exercising all these unbelievable powers. And it's not that President Trump, for example, took the power of tariffs and the Constitution away from Congress. I think Congress gave the presidents of all parties such broad powers that it's plausible, although I think he'll lose in the end. I think it's actually plausible that President Trump might have the power to set tariffs. And if he does, it's not because President Trump seized any constitutional authority. It's because Congress gave it away. And the interesting thing, part of what's going on in Washington right now, I think, is you read in the headlines, oh, Trump does this, Trump does that. But in a lot of these cases, Trump is trying to force Congress to take more responsibility for its decisions, to force Congress to stop giving away power to avoid responsibility by giving more power to the EPA instead of, for example, setting mileage per gas car requirements itself. And that means your point will become even more important, that as we try to get more power sent back to Congress and do its job, then who we elect to that office is going to be more important, that people will elect people who actually want to legislate rather than, my view, people who are using Congress just to enhance their own brands on social media.
Right. And that's the next thing I was going to say, because sometimes I feel like it's all comes down to just what you can put on social media, what can get you in the news, what can get you in the news cycle. And I think that that's really dangerous. I feel like with all the social media, we've lost the art of critical thinking. I see people saying, hey, we're shooting drug boats out of the water. That's a good thing. Drugs are a scourge. That's great. And then, but not really going past and thinking, okay, well, what if these are not agents of a foreign government? What if these are just simply, criminals? And there could be downstream consequences to the president having this much power. So I wish we would really think about that more. And that's why I appreciate people like you who really get down in the nitty gritty and talk about this.
Oh, thanks a lot. And also the easiest trick for people, I hate to give away secrets about law school right before exam starts, because now all those students are going to do better. But the easiest trick is, right, switch the parties. So would you be willing to live under this rule if the parties were switched? If the government were run by Kamala Harris and she said climate change is a national emergency, so I'm going to start arresting oil executives and destroying oil refineries abroad, which she would have just achieved anyway by terrible tax and regulatory policies. But suppose you want to use military force and start trying to, drop bombs on oil refineries in other countries because she thought it was leading to pollution and climate change. Would we be willing to live with that? I mean, that's the way you test whether you really believe in your principle.
That is a great point, and that's a great point for listeners who are so often, sometimes so quick to say, well, if Trump said it, it must be right. And I think that a lot of what the president does is good and right, obviously. But I do think as Americans, we do have the responsibility to challenge what our leaders are doing. So that's a great way to put it. So wait, you're giving exams soon, right? You have students.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be taking exams in a week or two. I feel bad for them.
So do I. My niece is.
We had to take them too once upon a time. So I don't think our professors felt bad for us.
No, my niece is she's a first-year law student at Villanova, so she's going into exams and she's so nervous. And I told her my experience was I would sit down and I would see those fact patterns and I would say to myself, was I even in this class? Because I don't recognize any of this stuff.
And yet you passed the Pennsylvania bar. So there's a happy ending.
Hey, well, here's one thing about me. I actually passed the Pennsylvania bar and the New Jersey bar. I'm licensed in both states. But I also, when I was younger, wasn't sure where I was going to live. And I passed the Massachusetts and Illinois bar. I retired those licenses. So I've actually passed 4 bar exams. So I'm one of those.
The New Jersey bar. Why would anyone want to step foot in New Jersey except to drive through the shore? And let us not forget the important Supreme Court case, Philadelphia versus New Jersey, which upheld the constitutional right of all Philadelphians on their way to the shore to throw trash out the window on the highway without punishment.
See, that's how you know John's a true.
Wait, Professor, you're not telling me you litter yourself, do you?
Go look up at the case. It's my constitutional right to throw Wawa wrappers out the window in New Jersey.
Do you remember that, John, what Dan just played? It was when our mayor misspelled the Eagles chant last year during the run up to the Super Bowl. I mean, I like you. I don't talk to people as much as you do, but I do have to give speeches all over the country, and I find myself always having to defend Philadelphia. Like, why did the Eagles fans throw snowballs at
come on,
Santa
was drunk.
Well, I say that wasn't the real Santa, so I mean, we're
too.
Right?
Well, it's because they ran out of rocks.
Well, John, what do you think? Are we going to make the Super Bowl? I mean, I know you're a law professor, but can you weigh in? Or are we going to be in the Super Bowl this year? What do you think as a Philadelphia guy?
I don't know what it is with these guys. I'm worried it's like the season after they lost to the Chiefs. It has that weird feel to it, like everything's not working right. It was a great first half. I almost stopped watching the game yesterday. I mean, they're up 21-0 after just a quarter and a half. They're so inconsistent. I don't really understand it because they have amazing talent, which they also had the year after they lost the Super Bowl the first time. So I'd love them to go back, and then they have beat all the other teams that are real competitors like the Rams and the Packers, and the Lions. So maybe they'll make it, but the odds aren't as good as last year. And I will tell you this. So my mom, for many years, practiced psychiatry in the city of Philadelphia. And I asked her, what was it like at the hospital the day after the Eagles won the Super Bowl? And she said that was the first day ever where there were no patients.
Oh, I thought you were going to say there was a lot of patients.
No, there's the first day when no patients came in. So that explains a lot about why people in Philadelphia are nuts. It's because it's the Eagles' fault.
I have never heard that theory before. I don't think we're nuts. I just think we're just different. We're unique.
I love the on-field analysis too from Professor about how it's similar to the year after the Super Bowl. What a great comparison, sir! And you'll be hearing that soon stolen on WIP. So thank you, Professor.
Yeah, and John,
as long as I get my cut, I want my cut. That's one thing I learned from the Mafia TV show. I want my cut.
Do you wear your Eagles gear around the campus at Berkeley?
I'm wearing Eagles sweatshirt right now.
Yeah, but you're in Philly.
The sad thing is when I walk around San Francisco in Eagles gear, they don't know what it is. They think it's like some college or high school team.
Oh, really?
So come on.
Yeah, they're not. They don't know it's a Philadelphia. I mean, they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know much out there, though, do they?
Yeah, all they know to do is how to meditate, make tofu, and eat.
Well, so you live in California, but what do you miss most about Philadelphia? If you could import something from Philadelphia out to California, what would it be?
I wish Philadelphia would export more mean people to other parts of the country and toughen them up.
Listen to you.
I like that answer.
I thought he was going to say Wawa. Yeah. That's what I thought he was going to say.
Wawa for sure. I'm waiting for Wawa takeover. Although I heard Senator Fetterman said that he likes sheets better.
Gosh.
Oh, please.
I mean, it's too bad we can't impeach senators. I know. I heard that. I was like, are you kidding?
That's a whole other
Wawa,
show.
I'm actually trying to figure out a way. I've just learned that Wawa has a museum, and I'm trying to figure out how to get into it.
I did not know about that.
They have a corporate history, a museum somewhere, and wherever their headquarters are, and I really want to get in there.
I'm looking into this now.
Well, Professor Yu, I hope well, first of all, I hope I get to guest host again, and I hope that you come back, because this was just a really interesting interview, and it shows that not all law professors are just boring people who stand up in front of the class and just drone on.
No. They are. Believe me, they
well,
are.
Well, I hope you have a very happy Thanksgiving, and you have you eat turkey, a great turkey, and enjoy your time in Philadelphia. And I'm sure we'll talk soon offline. And next time I'm on, I would love to have you back.
It'd be a pleasure. Being Korean, Thanksgiving is Philadelphia Korean turkey, kimchi, and cheese whiz.
Oh,
sounds disgusting.
I think that sounds lovely. I love that you have your own traditions, and I hope you really enjoy it with your family, Professor Yu.
You too. Great to be on, and thanks for having me back.
Thank you, John.
What a guy.
And this is Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show. What, are we ready for a break, Dan?
Yeah, we got to go to break. A little bit overdue.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll see you after the break.
It's time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
A little bit of creativity could help you save big money on that big holiday party. Secret Santas, donation drives, ornament exchanges, and white elephant gifts are just some ways to avoid breaking the bank. Business writer Jennifer Waters says you should find an acceptable spending level and stick to it.
You really do have to create a budget, plan ahead, focus on some low-cost free activities.
I'm Rob Hart.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. TransferWise.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti and PN number 2083768.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99 or 3.99% financing. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discounts of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we are back on. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn Stensland. I can't even compare to Dawn. So I appreciate everybody listening, and I'm sure everyone can't wait for her to come back next Monday.
I think you're doing a fantastic job there, Linda.
I know, but Dawn is just
She is amazing.
so amazing.
She is, yeah,
and I
hard to
woke up
compare.
at like a regular time today. She wakes up in the middle of the night and then
she
is
does
on the
it.
air for 4 hours. I don't know how she does it.
It's
And
truly magic.
she's always so correct. She really is. But I'm just thrilled that I could sit in for her so she could spend time with her beloved sons. I'm not sure if she ever mentioned that she has sons.
Well, there you go. Yeah, no, never mentioned it. No, first time we're hearing about it.
So, but she's getting ready for Thanksgiving, as am I with my family. And Dan, I sometimes talk on the radio about things I do at the Thanksgiving table to kind of keep the conversation
I love
light. Last year, I asked my nieces and nephew this question, and the question was, what are 2 items that you purchase at a store that could cause the clerk to be extremely suspicious?
Tampons.
It's suspicious?
For me?
Well, Dan.
Well, it's 2025.
My one nephew, I didn't even get the question out of my mouth, and my nephew said, a rubber ducky in a toaster. I mean, that really scared me.
That would raise a lot of questions.
I mean, but that's...
A rubber ducky in a toaster.
He came up with that just
Is he putting the
right away. I swear, now when he comes to my house, I sleep with one eye open. I go nowhere near the bathroom. That was really scary.
Yeah. Does he plan on putting the duck in the...
I think he plans on luring somebody into the bathtub and throwing the toaster in.
Oh my gosh! I didn't. Wow, that kid thinks 4D chess.
That's a little diabolical.
Next President Trump on our hands there.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Yep.
Did you give your answer?
I don't. I'm not sure I gave my answer because usually what happens.
You just throw out the question. You don't have
I throw
any
out the
answers.
question and then a couple of the kids answer, and then usually we're laughing so hard then we have to move on to the next question.
Duct tape and a rope.
Yeah, like that's a good one. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of people say that, but. I mean, to be that diabolical and say, sure, yeah, toaster and a rubber ducky, I think he's planning something. I think we need to be afraid. But, Dan, today in 1896,
Ooh, tell me what happened.
it was the first United States absentee voting law elected, and that was in Vermont. So that was the first time
Is
that...
this like a big day for you?
Well, it's pretty
You
much...
go out to have a drink at night?
No, it's pretty much a day the floodgates open because I'm an election integrity lawyer and our elections would be a lot safer, I think, if we all voted on election day. So this kind of opened the floodgates and said, all right, well, if you can't be here on election day, we'll give you another way to vote. And that kind of opened it up. And, here in Pennsylvania, we have this mail balloting law that is just so poorly written and causes so many problems every election day. But I would like you to play for me. I have my own cut sheet. Dan did it for me. He's just so awesome. I'd like you to play for me cut 01A, and then we'll talk about
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian...
Vote by phone?
Vote by phone.
What?
Yeah, if we can
Hold on, let me
do our
restart the
taxes...
I gotta restart that clip.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian...
Vote by phone?
Vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our, make our healthcare appointments, make... essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. Make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be a blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy. Also, as it relates to democracy, if you wait in line for 30 minutes or more, if you do want to vote in person, I think you should fine every county for every minute that a person has to wait longer. We have to be better, not just a little bit better than the other states. The DMV. I don't think Californians should have to go in person to the DMV anymore. I think we can do that virtually. I think you...
All right, I'm going to pause it. Just I want your thoughts on the vote by phone.
Okay, so that's Eric Swalwell. He's a congressman from California. And I do want to note, I looked up his biography, and I think one of the problems is he doesn't really have one. He before being in Congress, he was a deputy district attorney for a hot minute, and then he served on the Dublin Heritage and Cultural Arts Commission, and then the Planning Commission. Well, and the Dublin City Council, just for a very brief short of time. Dublin is a town of 70,000 people. So this person with absolutely no life experience is all of a sudden saying this is what we should do in America. But this voting by phone, I just don't think this man gets it. There's a difference between voting by phone and doing your taxes by phone. If you do fill out a form online or check your bank balance online and there is a problem, that can always be recreated. It can always be fixed. There's statements. We can figure it out. We can fix it. once you vote on a phone, and if the vote's wrong or someone else steals your vote, we can never get that vote back. And that's the scary thing when you start to take voting away from the voting booth. And I don't think somebody like Swalwell recognizes that.
All right, but I got to ask. I mean, we're in the world of convenience. I can make a bet on my phone. I can trade Coinbase. Is there not, it's 2025. Is there not a line that we want to cross when it comes to convenience? And does Linda Kearns, is there a way to do this safely where we can make it more convenient for the voter and also protect the voting rights of everybody?
Right now, I absolutely don't think so. And think if you were running for office. A big thing about running for office is to have poll watchers, is to have people watching the voting. We can't send people to your living room or your kitchen to watch everyone vote by phone. And it's a similar problem with vote by mail. And with the phone, it's even more of a problem because what's going to prevent someone else from grabbing your phone and voting? And the people who talk about convenience, that's absolutely a red herring. Anchorage, Alaska is actually trying this. There's around 240,000 registered voters in Anchorage. And they want to allow their voters to cast a ballot in municipal elections this coming spring 2026, by phone. And what they say is they want to combat low voter turnout because Alaska, it's a large place. There's a lot of rural places. There's
strap on your snowshoes.
There's weather issues. So they say, well, we want to combat low voter turnout. But honestly, their voter turnout in presidential years is pretty much on par with voter turnout in the rest of America, where you don't have to strap on your snowshoes. So nobody really goes and looks at the figures, at the percentages, and says, they just throw out a word, low voter turnout, and then people say, hey, that sounds like a good idea. Let's get more people to vote. When it sounds like pretty much the same amount of people are voting in Alaska as voting everywhere else. So I think that when somebody like Swalwell comes up with, this idea, why doesn't that journalist really dig in and say, well, what's the voter turnout that you're talking about? Or how would we prevent someone else from taking your vote? And we already have a huge distrust in elections. Wouldn't that be a problem and make Americans distrust it more? But the journalists don't want to say that. They just want to give a forum to this Eric Swalwell guy to come up with his absolutely goofy ideas.
If I'm the Democrats right now, I'm telling Swalwell to shut up. Because if this is something they actually want, voting by phone, maybe the person that was caught with a Chinese spy is not the person to be the one in the forefront pushing for a vote by phone. Fang's guy is now the one saying, hey, let's vote by phone. That's not suspicious.
And I worry, too, that a vote by phone scheme could really disadvantage some of the voters who maybe can't fend for themselves, like maybe an older person whose children would take their phone from them, or even a child whose parent would take an 18-year-old child. Your vote is yours, and it's personal to you. And so I think this is just a really dumb idea. It's a dumb idea from a Democrat. It is gaining some legs. And next time you go to the voting booth, if anyone thinks that this is a good idea, think about who you're voting for. So I think we're going to break yet again, and we'll be right back after the commercials.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wait a minute, that's not Elvis.
Oh, it's nice to have a change from the Elvis.
That is G-Love, Philly's own G-Love. He's coming up at 11:15. Yes, I have been G-Love's attorney for it's almost 25 years, and
I don't mean to take you off a how. Are you a entertainment attorney
Oh,
too?
no.
How does something like this?
So G, I have to call him G on the air. I mean, in person, I just call him Garrett. That's what I call him. But no, he hired me a very long time ago for one issue, and then he just started asking me a lot of questions. So I am his personal attorney. I do not actually do the entertainment contracts, but I'm the one that he calls for all of the other questions. And I've just stuck around. We've stuck with each other. We make a really good team. And
so when you said he's gone through a couple managers and stuff, when he's hiring a new manager, he brings them into his foyer. Are you standing there with him, doing the interview process to find the...
Well, he had one manager for a very long time, and then there was a change, and I actually acted as his manager for a few weeks there, which was not easy. And then he brought the new manager in, and sure, I had to bring them up to speed because I have all this institutional G-Love knowledge. Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, he doesn't need me as much as he used to, but for everything that he does, if he needs a lawyer to just bounce something off of, I'm there, and I'm probably never going away. So, and he agreed to come on and talk.
Sarah Weiss, friend of ours, says, "Wow, that's impressive." Yeah.
Yeah, so
I agree. And I just want to conceptualize for those listening who might not be familiar. G Love for the Gen Z millennial kind of not Gen Z, what is X? What are you?
Well, I think I'm Gen X.
Yeah, Gen X.
Right.
So like the Gen X millennial crossover, G Love. If you lived in Philadelphia in the '90s, G Love was all over the place and kind of continues to this day. And what I love about G Love, and I'm a younger than that kind of age set where the mid-90s when he was really being played on the radio and such. I kind of discovered him later when I was in college, and it's because he created through that process in the mid-late 90s, playing the folk music, rapping over early 2000s. It led to an entire genre of music that college kids particularly absolutely love, and it's really stuck in we're now 30 years later, and it's still just as big as it ever was on a college campus.
And he still is making music, and I think that's great because not everybody does. And I will tell you, as his lawyer, we've gotten in some knockdown, drag-out fights, believe me. But every time I see him live and watch what he can do on that stage, I am absolutely in awe. And I do try to go to all the Philly shows. He'll talk about when he's going to be next in the Philly area when he's on at 11:15. But I think we have a caller. We do have a caller line.
Christian, Huntington Valley.
Yeah, 855-839-1210. But what does Christian want to ask us?
Christian, what you got?
So I got kind of two questions, and I would love to know your opinion as to whether either will ever have legs. One being basically treating voter laws comparable to buying a firearm, which is a constitutionally supported thing. So when someone says, "Oh, it's unconstitutional to show ID or have to show ID to vote," then it should also be equally unconstitutional to have to show ID to buy a firearm. So that's question A. And question B would be, what is the constitutionality of purging the voter rolls and having people re-register to vote and kind of hopes to kind of clean up everything? We do that with other licenses. We do that with other things like your passport, concealed carries, so on and so forth. So why would the one be illegal, or is it legal and it's just kind of too toxic to touch?
Okay, well, those are really great questions, Christian. Thank you so much for calling in. I'm going to start with your second one first. First of all, I do want to say that we in the election integrity, movement, we try not to use the word purge, because if I were ever to say we need to purge the voter rolls, it sounds like we're purging people, and the left is going to jump on that. So I really try not to use that word when I talk about voter roll work. But just to give you some background, we have a law called the National Voter Registration Act, and that's also known as motor voter. And what had happened was, under the Clinton administration, the Democrats were really pushing, let's get more people on the voter rolls. Let's get more people on the voter rolls. Let's give people an opportunity to vote. And the only way it could pass was to also have a way for people to check the voter rolls, to ask for voter rolls from each state, and to make sure that they are doing voter roll maintenance, that they're removing people when they should be removed. So that's kind of the law that we're talking about, that you're referencing. I understand where you're coming from, that, hey, maybe it's a good idea to just start all over every election or every 4 years, but that is a huge, huge administrative headache, huge. And as an election integrity person, I don't necessarily want Congress, I don't want the federal government telling each state to get into the nitty gritty how to do that, and to telling them that they have to purge. I do think that what we need is that we should be better at maintaining our voter rolls. Right now, it's pretty easy to get on the voter rolls. It's not so easy to take somebody off. So I think that we need to tighten up those laws so that the people on our voter rolls are the ones that are actually voting. And then that moves right into your second question about voter ID. It's not necessarily unconstitutional. It's not like anyone has found that asking for voter ID is unconstitutional. We do have a law in the books in Pennsylvania about voter ID, but it was challenged in court. And then, unfortunately, our legislature has never really fixed that, has never really proposed a new law. I am absolutely in favor of voter ID. I think that there's nothing the matter with asking somebody to prove who they say they are when they show up to vote. It's a little harder for them to prove it when they vote by mail, but I think that that's an absolute election integrity important issue that should be implemented in Pennsylvania and implemented all over. The problem is the left tends to not want it, and then they challenge it in court. So the key is to write a good voter ID law that's not going to get challenged. Back when it was challenged here, I think it was in 2010 or 2011, they managed to find like one person who couldn't get an ID for some reason. She actually got it after the lawsuit. So I think that a lot of the reasons of why they can challenge these laws, I think that they are going away because it's a lot easier for people to get IDs. And right now in Pennsylvania, what it takes is to have the legislature pass a law to require that voter ID. So, Christian, I think that was a great question, and I hope I answered it.
No, that was fantastic. Both were totally satisfactory. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in.
Look at that, Linda. Totally satisfactory.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's
hey,
quite a grade.
It really? I would have think you would have said, "Hey, A+." I mean, come on.
It was kind of disappointing to get totally satisfactory as a grade back in like elementary school.
Exactly. I think they should be giving. I think they're doing that now. They're giving satisfactory or not satisfactory. Why not give letter grades, right? So
So true.
Well, Dan, are you cooking Thanksgiving dinner?
Mother-in-law's coming to the house. We're gonna be hosting though.
And are you cooking it?
No.
Well, who's cooking it?
Mother-in-law.
Oh, she's coming and cooking it for you. Oh, okay.
So we got a bunch of family. We got a bunch of family in South Carolina, as you and the listeners know, and they're coming up. It's my sister-in-law, her husband, another sister-in-law. They're driving up. My mother-in-law, father-in-law. I'm trying to get them to stay over Wednesday night. That way, mother-in-law can wake up early Thursday and throw the turkey, and that way I don't have to worry about it. So that's currently where we stand, is just trying to convince them, why don't you sleep over Wednesday night? That way Thursday morning comes, 8 a.m., you could toss it in for us.
As long as you're not making Maisie do the cooking.
Oh, no.
She's got to be exhausted.
No, listeners don't know this. You don't know this, but I'm actually more of the cook of the family than Maisie. Yeah.
Well,
and she would actually, agree with that.
That's something that people might not know about G-Love. He is a total foodie, an excellent cook.
Makes sense.
He just produced his own wine, and we're going to ask him about it.
What kind of wine?
It's a Pinot Noir. It's a Russian Pinot Noir.
Mm.
I actually ordered some, and it is very, very good. I gave a bottle to my sister-in-law over the weekend, so I'm waiting to hear what she says about it. So we'll talk a little about that.
Yeah,
and Dan, I have another question for you that I asked the kids on Thanksgiving.
Oh gosh.
So if the FBI was coming to your house to look for something you had that was the size of a paperclip,
why are you doing this? I mean, there's so many swattings going on and to conservatives and such.
No, but the question
summon the FBI and.
No, where would you hide it? Where would you hide a paperclip in your house so no one could find it?
Why am I? I'm not going to tell you that. Why would I make that public?
Because I want to hear.
It takes away anything I ever want to hide from the FBI.
Because I want to hear what your imagination is. I want to hear if you could come up with something on the fly.
No, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to spoil it.
Oh, Dan. See, you're not.
I would take a stuffed animal. Unsew the back, so it's very unnoticeable. The seams, right?
Okay.
And then I would put it into the middle of the stuffed animal and sew it back up.
All right, good. If I'm ever invited to your house for dinner, I'm bringing scissors and I'm cutting through all the stuffed animals.
All of Amelia's new stuffed animals are just going to be torn up in her.
To find all the new treasures. So.
Wait, what's your answer? You can't get out of this one.
Oh, where would I would hide it in the box of paper clips.
Oh, come on. It's the size of a paperclip, though. It's not an actual paperclip.
Is that just a satisfactory answer, Dan?
That's yeah, just satisfactory. It's no letter grade there. So, hey, your guy's not awake. He hasn't connected yet. So.
Oh no! Oh,
yeah. He did text us though, so I think he's good.
Yeah, well, because at like 6 o'clock this morning, he texted me good morning because I had asked him a question about.
Why is he up at 6?
Because he's little kids now.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So he's probably getting them to school, and he wrote. I was asking him about whether one of the albums was available on vinyl, which it is because I have a record player, and he said, "All right, have a great day, Linda." And I wrote back, "Wait a minute, you're talking to me 11:15," and he said, "Is that today?" So I hope he signs in. You'll have to call him if he doesn't. So,
I'm down with it.
So on another note, there was an article published in the New Yorker this week, and something I don't usually read, but this article was published, and it was by this woman named Tatiana Schlossberg. She is JFK's granddaughter. And it was a poignant article. She's 34, 35 years old. She just had her second baby. And during the routine blood test, they found out that she has an incurable form of leukemia. And it was a very sad article. And she talked about how She's the healthiest person she knows. She had swam a mile the day before she gave birth. And then all of a sudden, the doctors found this, and she's gone through chemotherapy. She's tried everything, and now they've only given her 1 year to live. And I think that it was a very sad article, but she really talked about how she's going to try to make the time she has left, how she's going to really make the most of it. And I think that that's a lesson that we all can learn when we hear about somebody like this, because you don't know how much time you have left. And this poor woman, she has a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and now she's probably not going to see them grow up unless they can find a cure. So if anyone comes across that when you're perusing the internet, it is a really good article to read. She did take a swipe at basically her cousin or her second cousin, RFK, who's the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Oh.
Yeah, she took a swipe at him for accusing him of reducing cancer research and so forth. So she did make a part of it political, but I think that it's a good article to read, and it's just I don't necessarily agree with anything that the Kennedys do. I've never been a fan of the Kennedys, but just to read about that and read about how she's handling it with her young family, I thought that was, I think that'll give you really, really something to think about, and then just really make you treasure every day, and then treasure the time you have on Thursday with your family. And hopefully, everyone has good plans. And if you don't, then just enjoy yourself at home in the peace and quiet.
And answer questions like, where would you hide stuff from the FBI?
Well, that's what you'll do at my house. So
Joe in Columbus says, hide it in a can of lead fishing sinkers. It's actually a pretty good idea.
See?
Because if you think about it, when you have like an electronic signature, you put it in like a lead box, and then it can't be picked up. But then also, if you have like a metal detector, you can't really...
See, our audience has a little bit of creativity there. And when you're sitting around the Thanksgiving table, the last thing I want to talk about is politics, because it's enough already. Let's just enjoy the time. And I always sit at the kids' table, and I think it's great to just talk to them and get them laughing and get them talking to each other. It's always the fun time. So that's why I come up with these questions.
I love it. No G-Love yet.
Well,
we do have to break, though.
Okay, well, why don't we take a break and figure out where he is?
Thank you, Linda.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule Schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's like eggshells and find them suckers till the break of dawn. Well, that's the John, born and raised in Philly town. And the story goes on. And I just wanna praise and give props all day to those who came before me and paved the way. It's kinda crazy, and sometimes I gotta pinch myself and give thanks for this life that I love so well. Yeah.
And we are back on 1210 WPHT. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn. You can find me at Linda Kearns Law on X. And I am very proud to introduce a...
Would you stop calling him, though? Come on, Linda.
Well, I was worried. I was worried he would, kind of blow me off. Well, let me introduce my most famous client. We've been together now almost 25 years, born and bred in the Society Hill neighborhood of Philadelphia, spending his summers in Avalon, New Jersey, proud Brad of Germantown Friends, and diehard Philadelphia Eagles fan, Philly's best export, G Love. Hi, G.
Wow, hi, Linda. And hi, Dan. Thanks for having me on. How's everybody doing today?
It's an honor to have you, sir. Honor. I heard that groan, though, when you heard the Birds introduction, the Eagles.
Well, yeah, because last night was like, man, what happened last night? I don't know. Like, the first one, we went to see Wicked. Took the kids to see Wicked for Good, and that was great. And then we went to the 3:00 show, so we were at home, ready while kickoff was in the car, and then watching the game. And these guys are just taking the Cowboys to school, and then the game's going on, and then all of a sudden we lose the game. It's like, what just happened, man?
It's just out of nowhere.
My God.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, G. I usually call you Garrett, but for the radio, I'll call you G. Dan is a super fan. Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to interview you.
The audience is probably like, Dan, stop nerding out.
No, but Garrett, I'm not sure there's anything I don't know about you. So I think Dan might be the better interviewer, right?
Well, Garrett, first off, G Love, how many kids do you got?
I have 4 kids that I know about.
Oh my heavens!
It took you a while to think about that. So
I'm just teasing. It's rocking on. I have an older son who's 24 and he's studying architecture in London, and then my wife Kelsey and I have 3 boys, 4, 5, and 9.
Wow.
And so I have 4 boys.
25-year-old. That's amazing. Well, I got. So you say you went and saw Wicked for Good. I just had a daughter. Linda's been talking about it a little bit. My first girl, my first child at all. And just before she came, honestly, you were a big inspiration. Jack, Dispatch. I was one of those kids with the sandals in college that was playing acoustic guitar, singing some of your greats. And it led to me to what I think is one of the most important things is Just the past year, I really got back into music because I knew I was having a daughter and something I wanted to share with her. And you said you brought your kids to Wicked for Good, and I just want to know, how important is your career for your kids and passing on that love, that passion of music onto the next generation?
Man, it's everything. Music has been kind of the centerpiece of my life since I was about 15 years old. I really got, just the bug, and I loved writing songs and everything. And then the only thing that really kind of eclipsed that passion for music was passion and love for my family. And it's just been such a wonderful journey with Aiden, my older son, and then now with Kelsey and the boys. Actually, there's a song on my new record called "I Started Young, but I Started Over." So Linda was. Can I say Linda?
You can say whatever you want. Dan asked me how I start with you. I said, well, you had an issue about 25 years ago, and I helped with that.
Quiet about it,
and then I never went away.
Linda's my attorney. She started working together on, because I had a child custody case, and it was a really tough time. I'm sure anybody that's ever been through that's just the worst thing to go through. So Linda really helped me to navigate through that for a lot of the years. And anyways, but yeah, on a brighter note, the music and the family really are great. But yeah, and definitely, man, it's so fun. Like I always get all the kids up on stage, and Aiden, my older son, he's going into architecture, but he has like his own Spotify page. He's known as Clear Cola. So he's a producer, he makes beats, and he's a badass drummer. And then my younger boys, they all play the harmonica. And actually their thing is to go into the basement and, hey Daddy, can I have one of your old guitars?
That is awesome.
Well, so they go down and start bringing out, I'm like, oh, that's a pretty expensive one. Just be careful with it. Can I have this one? Yeah, sure, you can have it. I might need to borrow it for the gig, though.
That's amazing, because I hope that my daughter shares the same passions that I do when she grows up, and the fact that your children do is absolutely wonderful. And the fact that music has stuck with them, it's so important that I feel it goes into multiple different aspects of life. You get a rhythm to things, and it's another good thing to learn about G-Love, how he treats his kids. So sorry, I'm gonna step away. I could spend all day interviewing you, man. But,
no, Gary, he's a huge super fan of yours. Well, tell him we just had a festival, your very own festival. It was our 5th year. Now I talked.
Sorry, I took everyone down a path. I just want to reset for you. G-Love, the absolute legend, Philadelphia musician, created his own genre. On with Linda right now. Sorry about that.
And G, we just had was it our 5th festival? And I've been to every one. I want the audience to know that I work at those festivals. I work at the front gate, and it is exhausting.
I know. So we have a festival called the Outermost Roots and Blues Festival. It's up here in Cape Cod, where I live now, and it's over the President's Weekend,
Columbus Day weekend. Yeah,
and that's October. This year was October 11th and 12th. And you guys should come up. Everyone's invited next year. And we had an amazing lineup with the legendary reggae band Steel Pulse, another Philadelphia act, Little Stranger, the Bumping Uglies from the Baltimore area, Ron Ortiz, Cedric Burnside, a blues man from Mississippi, and the legendary Robert Randolph, who just was nominated for Grammy for Best Contemporary Blues Album. But just an amazing group of musicians, and it's called the Outermost Roots and Blues. So Linda comes up because she's always been a big supporter of everything that I've been doing, and she was working the door. So this year, a huge nor'easter came through on Sunday. And you can't help the weather.
And I think everyone in Cape Cod yelled at me because I had to tell them we had to stop early. And
I've never seen Linda really.
Hold on.
I've never seen Linda get really shook up because she's in court and stuff, and she would I think she had to really
wait. I didn't hear that side of it though. She said that things got so she had to did you get on stage, Linda? And it was like everything's over, or you just had to go to the musicians?
No.
I
was at the front gate when people were coming in.
Gotcha,
so I work with the security.
I thought people were throwing tomatoes at Linda Birds on stage.
No. And Garrett, I mentioned before you came on how I've been your attorney, and we've had some knockdown, drag out fights. At least I remember them when I argued that I didn't think you were doing the right thing. But when I see you on stage, I've never seen a performer like you. The way that you put on a show and your stage presence. Why do you think all these years later you still have a career when so many people don't? Like, what's your secret?
Well, I had to pay all that child support, so then I had to pay Linda's fees on top of that.
That's true. That's true. The bill comes every month, no matter what.
Yeah. And now I got a little kid, so yeah, I'm gonna be touring forever. But look, music's always been like I said, it's just a passion, and I don't know what it was, but when I first started writing songs, in Philadelphia. When I was 15, I had the immediate kind of need to perform, to play the songs for people and to record the songs. As to record myself playing on my my Panasonic boombox. But I don't know, it was just I don't know why I wanted to record the songs. I don't know why I wanted to play them live, but I was just called to do it. And so that has always felt like a natural thing to me. And I love to be able to be out in front of people and, to be on stage. Like, you boil down what are you doing? You're really trying to make people happy, and inspire people. And so that's just a wonderful job to have. I mean, I got to go to work. I'm going to make people happy and inspire people and do the same thing for myself. And, that's a beautiful opportunity, and just to connect with people, to get to sing my songs, and that's it.
And Garrett, G-Love, the way the business has changed, even in the time that I mean, I've represented you almost from the beginning, not quite the beginning, but almost. And the music industry has really changed a lot. Can you talk to the audience about why it's so important that the fans support you and go to your shows? Like, explain to them like what it's like now that you're not necessarily making money by selling albums.
Yeah, so we never really made us personally. We never really did make any money selling records, just because we didn't sell a lot of records, and the record labels it's not a good business. But now it's even worse because even back in the day when you had CDs and stuff like that, physical records that you're selling, you can make quite a bit of money for the people that did make money selling records. And even if you didn't make a lot of money selling records, you still make some money, right? So when I said I didn't make a lot of money selling records, I mean, I didn't hit like the jackpot and have like a multi-million-dollar seller that put millions and millions of dollars in my pocket. So we for us, we've always been sustained by the fans. But anyways, today's version of the music business is really tough because of Spotify and other streaming services. Look, they really pay, pennies on the dollar. So it's really I don't know. You see the graphics on Instagram a lot. It was something like, like 1 million streams is minimum wage or something like, or it doesn't even get to minimum wage. Like, it's Spotify pays the artist so poorly that you really don't make that money, and you're not selling CDs, so you don't. If you go to play a live show, whereas before an upcoming band could sell their CDs and make a couple $100 to pay for gas in a hotel, to supplement their pay from whatever venue was paying them. That doesn't even really exist now. So it's really hard. So if you like a band and you really want to support them, go see their live shows, right?
And your tour,
buy merchandise and buy a t-shirt, buy their vinyl record. And that's it.
Can I interject here too? Because I don't want to interrupt you, but with the rise of AI and the crap music that's out today, you gotta, the listener, I implore you, go support people like G-Love, who's putting out real music, using real instruments, their mind to create amazing tunes. And Linda asked you, why after 30 years does G-Love still resonate with people? And I think it's any kid in college that wants to hear something that has a new kind of twist to it. That's you rapping or whatever it is that you bring to your music, and you combine it with the folk music that you have in the background. It's combining the new with the old and actual good music, that being the old, with what we expect to hear being our new ears. So, I mean, I listen to G-Love. I think you were ahead of your time, and I think that's really proven true today, because I would venture to guess that if you went to X college campus anywhere around the world, you could probably draw a pretty damn good crowd still.
And we do okay, Dan. Thank you, man. You really put it well.
Well, you can find G-Love will be touring. This is the Lemonade tour, right? The anniversary of the Lemonade album.
Yeah.
And you can find the tour dates on Philadelphonic.com. This tour, you are coming to Sellers, Pennsylvania. You're not going to be right in Philly, but Sellers, Pennsylvania is pretty close, and I think that's early February. So go to Philadelphonic.com to find out all things.
So I got Lidditz in Lidditz, PA, January 27th, and Sellersville, January 31st.
Yeah, Lidditz is kind of near Lancaster. Yeah.
Cool.
So Garrett, how many days a year do you think you're on the road and away from your family?
I don't know. It's hard to say, but I think we do about 100. We're doing about 100 shows, 120 shows a year. So that probably keeps you away for, I don't know, 200 days of the year. It's a different lifestyle, but it's it's hard to be away from the kids and my wife. That's a big challenge, but and you never really get used to it. But the good thing is that when I'm home, like I'm home 24/7, like that. I'm thankful that's my full-time gig, right? Being a musician. So when I'm home, I'm not really working. So when I come home, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm taking the kids to school, I'm picking them up, I'm doing all the things, and to give my wife a break and just to get to spend time with the kids is everything. So yeah, it's a good life.
And can you tell us, there's this new G-Love wine out there. I ordered some, as always, to support you. By the way, they sent me a poster that you're going to have to autograph for me. But I ordered some, and I already tasted it. I love it. I gave a bottle to my sister-in-law this weekend, so I'm waiting to hear what she says about it. So why don't you tell us about the G-Love wine? I love the label, by the way.
Oh, yeah. So the wine is a collaboration between us, G-Love, and Syndicate Wines, and the wine is called G-Love Typicité. It's a 2024 Pinot Noir from the Russian River Valley in Sonoma County. It's made by what we call a maison négociante, meaning that they buy the grapes and then they make the wine. And it's just if you like Pinot Noir, this is a really beautiful wine. It's priced at $55 a bottle, and it is available. If you go onto my Instagram, Philly G-Love, or onto my Twitter at G-Love, you can find links to where you get that wine, or Philadelphonic.com.
Well,
but yeah, it's beautiful. And then the artwork on the cover is another thing I do is visual art. So the artwork on the cover is a painting, one of my paintings.
Yeah,
So
Garrett.
it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, he paints a lot. He painted me one in my office. And he's artistic. He's the exact opposite of me. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I'm like, okay,
That's why when you first told me G-Love, I thought you were joking.
I know, like, Garrett. Nobody believes me.
You and G-Love are close friends? No.
No, I mean, we are friends, but I work for him. I mean, but no, we're friends. And Garrett, I don't know if you realize this, but I appear on this station a lot and this is my first guest host gig, but they always play.
Oh, thank you.
They always play Elvis when I'm on, so you know about my Elvis fetish. Hey, I bought you those guitar. What are they called? The guitar picks from
Guitar
Graceland.
picks.
Did you ever use them?
I know. Yeah, we actually just used them the other night. Which honestly, so actually Lewis had a little buddy over and they wanted to jam, so we had a little fire going, so we got the guitars out, and then the little buddy said, "Hey, you got a guitar pick?" I said, and then they found my Elvis collectors, because I use a thumb pick and the Elvis picks were these flat picks, but they're like a collector thing.
That's
the next thing I know, the kids like opened up the collector's Elvis picks. But yeah, so we did use them.
I think I'm reading between the lines that he might have thrown one out to the crowd.
No, I don't think so.
Oh man, you got to keep these ones. Man. These are collectors. These are collectors items.
I wonder why G Love and I have lasted so long, and I think it's because he looks a little like Elvis, like with that dark
is that what it
hair
is?
and the sideburns.
Very strong.
I mean, maybe I have a little crush on G Love. Maybe that's why I've lasted this long.
Well, I would have a crush on you, so.
Well, of course, of course. No,
But
I was
yeah, I
telling
mean-
Dan. I think I think as far as your team, I'm the longest. Aren't I the longest lasting one? I think, right?
Wow. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you could say that now. We don't have to delve too far into that, though. But yeah, no, we've been working together since. Let's just say I have a great relationship with my attorney and friend, and it was the relationship was born out of necessity and a terrible time, but she helped to make it a lot better. I don't know. Like, here's the thing, is that I was telling somebody this the other day, because if anybody's going through, a divorce, a child custody case, it's very, very painful. It's the worst thing you could ever imagine going through as a parent and as a spouse and as a person. And it's very emotional. And obviously, you're the person that you're breaking up with, your partner who you used to love or still love, right? They know how to get you. You obviously know how to push each other's buttons, right? So long story short is that, and my case is well over now, so I don't mind divulging this, but I never wrote a single email back to my ex. Basically, like, she would write me an email, I would be fuming. I would send the email to Linda. Linda would send me of what to copy and paste back. I would not even read it, put it on, send it. So she saved me because I don't even know where I'd be if it wasn't
I didn't realize
for
it was
her.
like that close.
Oh, well,
I would have been in the loony bin, man, because that was.
Oh wow.
That was tough.
Have I helped you with any other problems, Garrett? Like, have you ever, had some law
nothing.
enforcement problems?
Oh, God, wow, we gonna go there? Yeah, I spent one terrible night in jail in West Palm Beach, and she was on call. And she sprung me at 5 a.m. She got my bail.
I won't ask the story further behind that. Because...
Yeah,
well, you can look it up.
Yeah. There are headlines about it.
Actually, don't look it up because it was what they wrote about wasn't true. But I'll tell you real quick because I don't have any shame. But yeah, no, I got caught with marijuana that I didn't even know that I had marijuana on me.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
No, it was a felony in Florida. We got it all dismissed. But
no, what happened was literally coming off the stage, and somebody at the Funky Biscuit in Boca Raton, it's a jazz club, coming off the stage, a sold out show, and someone literally handed me a little bud in a Ziploc bag, and I put it in my pocket, and that was that. And then later that evening, we had a run-in with the police, and they searched me and said, "Well, do you have anything?" And I said, "Well, no, I don't have anything," because I didn't think I had anything. I said, "Well, what's this?" Pulls this bag of weed out of my pocket. I go, I'm from Massachusetts. I'm like, "Well, that's medicinal marijuana. I'm from Massachusetts." Well, they're like, "Do you have a card?" I'm like, "No." And then they go, "Anything else?" And I go, "No." They reach in my jean jacket and pulls out a dead marijuana vape pen that's empty with a dead battery. And again, where I live in Massachusetts, it's completely legal for recreation.
So is that still on your record then?
No. I got it dismissed. Yeah,
okay,
no,
that's BS.
So anyways,
especially now.
So they go, so they weighed the battery and the pen in the bag with a little piece of marijuana, so that weighed like what would be a felony. And so so I went to check in the jail. The officer looks at the thing and goes, "Well, what are you in here for?" I've never been in jail in my life. I'm like 46. I'm a rock star. Last time I was at West Palm Beach, I raised $350,000 for MS. And the chief of police drove me home to the hotel.
Oh, what a guy.
This time, I'm like, they're throwing the book at me. I'm like, dude, last time I was here, I've helped your community. Like, I'm G-Love. You can't do this to me. And they're like, what are you in for? Marijuana. Oh, well, that'll be legal soon, but not yet. Give me a belt and shoes.
Well, his producer called me in the middle of the night, and I answered the phone, and in those days I would keep my phone on all night because of Garrett, and the producer just started screaming, "Garrett's in jail! Garrett's in jail!" And all I could think of was, wait a minute, he has a show Saturday night. Like, we got to get him out of there and get him on that stage making money.
Oh my God,
that's what he wants to hear, though. I feel like it's like I got to get out for that show, man.
No, but we did. We
that
sprung
is such
him.
BS, though.
So I think not everybody can have a Linda on standby like Garrett has, but I think we're both lucky because I always say that, like, I like to be needed and Garrett's kind of needy, so we make a really good team.
So we just found out, too, Sarah was wanting to go see you, G-Love, and she said, sadly, Sellersville all sold out.
Already? It's not till February.
That's what it is.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's what she says.
I don't know, Gary. Maybe you could open up new seats or another show if you sold out that quickly.
I'm going to text my manager.
I'm going to go look at that myself, too, and verify that, and I'll text you, because that's amazing if so.
Because some people, not saying your friend doesn't know how to work the computer, but I don't. And a lot of times people will be like, it's sold out. And I'll be like, no, it's not. You just don't know how to, like, use Ticketmaster.
All right, well,
no, I'm going to take her word for it and say that that's amazing, and thank you to all
anyone
my
who
friends.
WXPN welcomes G-Love Special Sauce Lemonade.
That's
20th
so cool.
anniversary. I'm looking, limited ticks available. I'm clicking through, and let's see. It says at the top, Garrett, G-Love, the performance is sold out. So,
great.
Yeah,
Garrett,
maybe open up another date.
I think you need to add another Philly area show because I want to bring Dan.
Oh, my God.
It's proof right there that you are still and will always be a legend here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Garrett, are you going to be playing the new album? Because I did listen to it yesterday on Spotify.
Oh,
Sorry,
you
you won't make
Thank
any
you.
money from that.
No, I'll make 0.00001 cents.
Wait, so we be playing the new album?
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. That was a dad joke. Well, we're gonna be celebrating the 20th anniversary of our Lemonade record, which was recorded at the Wolf Building, 11th and Calaville, by the way.
I think I came to the studio when you were recording that. I think I remember that.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you came to drop off your invoice.
Yeah. And I think you turned to me and said, "Look, I don't come to your office when you're trying to work.
I
I
hate to pull the plug, but we do got to get going soon. But I got to ask there, G-Love. Are you going to have special guests at these performances? There are some, great features on that album.
I can't. I don't really say. It depends who's in the neighborhood and pops up, but it'll be the G-Love and Special Sauce Trio, and we'll be playing selections from Lemonade and also some of the new record and other classic hits from the catalog.
All right, and G, next time I guest host, do you think you'll come on again?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, have a great day and a great Thanksgiving, and I hope you're drinking lots of G-Love wine.
All right, thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving and have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. Wow, what a guy.
Yep. Philadelphonic.com if you want to look for tickets or anything G-Love. He also has he's pretty active on Instagram. I think his Instagram is Philly G-Love, so you can just
check him out.
Yeah, and if you have not heard his music, I do think it's really good. It's not Elvis, but
it's something that both you and your kids can enjoy. It's real music with a new twist. So
absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
It is a pleasant start to the week with plenty of sunshine with a high temperature right near average at 54. For tonight, clouds on the increase, low 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy with rain developing during the afternoon with a high 54.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, it's St. Nick. I mean Nick Kale. It's almost time. Did you put it off again this year? If you're feeling squeezed with that holiday shopping list, Wawa's got you covered with gifts that don't need any wrapping. I'm talking about gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of top brands like Visa, Sephora, and more. Gift cards make a perfect gift for teachers, co-workers, your mailman, and at that holiday party you just remembered. For holiday shopping made easy, stop at Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details. Gotta have a Wawa.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Adam, what are you thankful for? Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie. I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
So this is Linda Kearns. I'm sitting in for Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT. And Dan, we are almost finished. This time flew by.
It has. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
So today in Washington, D.C., I think this is the big pardon day when the president pardons the turkeys.
Ooh.
And I think that was going on today at the Willard Hotel. Dan, I think you'll put some things up on YouTube. For
Can you explain this to me? So turkey gets to chill at the Willard? Like they give him a room?
So if anyone has ever been to the Willard, it is honestly, I think, my favorite hotel in the entire world. I always save up my points so when I'm in D.C., I can get a room there. And for whatever reason...
Oh, look at you, fancy girl.
Hey, I use my points. When they pardon these turkeys, for whatever reason, they let them stay overnight at the Willard.
Oh.
And when I stay at the Willard, which is a very fancy place right across from the White House, I often wonder, like, was this the room?
Have you ever found a turkey feather?
No, I have not, but...
You know what they do? You'd bring it downstairs and be like, hey, this is I know this is the room the turkey. And they're like, no, that's just down, from the... that's down from your pillow. It's just coming out,
But, this kind of harkens back to what we were talking about earlier with John Yoo, that we have a separation of powers here in America, and no branch is supposed to be that strong. And I do think I like when the president does these ceremonial type things, like pardoning the turkeys. So this is a fun thing to look forward to every Christmas Thanksgiving. And I'm
things
sure
through history. And Jay is Mr. Butterball, and currently he's trying to keep. Is that which?
This is Waddle.
Yeah, he's trying to keep Waddle from losing the security deposit here at the Willard.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, those turkeys are on the bed that I might have slept on. So
it's pretty gross.
Yeah. How about that?
It's a great point you got there.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we are going to wrap up soon.
Yeah, we got to wrap.
For the Dean of
Great
Talk
job,
Radio,
Linda.
Dom Giordano.
Well, great. This is, you made you said on air, I didn't want to spoil it, but this is your first time, hosting, right?
It is.
And
it is.
you did a freaking fantastic job.
Thank you.
Excuse my language, but
and I want to
it's
thank
deserved.
John Yu and, of course, G-Love, who was teasing me all weekend saying, wait, did you really want me on the radio? So I was kind of nervous that he...
I would say his political, ideology might be a little opposite of where we stand.
Definitely.
But,
so we just choose not to go down
the
that
point.
road.
Politics isn't everything. You can enjoy friendships with others who might disagree.
And honestly, I feel like that's all anyone talks about is politics. So that's why when I'm on the radio, I do like to talk about other things, make it fun for the audience.
Stuff.
So I want to thank everyone at 1210 WPHT for letting me sit in for Dawn. This was great, but I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow will be even better than today. And I just want to remind the audience, just unwrap the gift of today. Make it a great one, because none of us know how much time we have left, and I think that life is such a gift. So just make sure you make the most of today. And I do want to mention that Mike Opelka just texted me and said, wow, I didn't know you were cool in New G-Love. So the fact that I represented President Trump or spoke at a Trump rally or any of my other life accomplishments pale in comparison to the fact that I represent G-Love.
It sounds like a little bit of bitterness there.
Yeah,
Linda.
well, because I thought Mike thought I was cool, cool already. But, now.
Mike will be hosting the morning show tomorrow. For anyone listening, 1210 WPHT, Mike Opelka in for WPHT morning. So tune in, and they'll be followed right after Linda. So maybe we'll have a crossover between Linda Kearns and Mike Opelka.
I think we absolutely should, because I've been on Mike's show a lot when he had the Saturday night show. Well, thank you, everybody, for sitting in. And please stay tuned for the amazing Dean of Talk Radio, Dom Giordano. Woo!
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA Express trains for regional rail during the evening commute return today. Financial planners say it's okay not to spend as much for the holidays this year if you're struggling to afford it. And a truck driver driver in Northeast Philly says he had to chase meat thieves away using a baseball bat.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 3 days only, Monday through Wednesday in Newtown Square at the Hilton Garden Inn, and 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559 or go to estatesroadshow.com for locations. estatesroadshow.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time, the start of a holiday week, but one in the Trump era where there is always something brewing, something that could happen. I think the president today is going to unveil another Republican health plan. Republicans have to do something on that. You can't walk around just being critical. He knows it. They know it. But I want to lead off with, I told Henry, with the gift that keeps on giving. Right here in our backyard, I mean, the Big Six over the weekend on the national shows. Even Skeletor, Martha Raddatz, couldn't jump into the ring to save Elisa Slotkin, who appears to be the ringleader of this now, more than Mark Kelly, about the illegal orders. All she could do was reference a few good men. That's the best. But Chrissy Houlihan, running against John Fetterman, for the Senate ultimately, that's my view, is out there, and now she's playing some of the phone calls she's getting. Like, these phone calls prove that she's right about illegal orders. What they prove is out in horsey country, and the sycophants around the country, they don't care about anything. They don't care about this wedge with the military. And some of them started to say over the weekend, well, they're getting all these people coming forward. Produce them. Produce who's coming forward to you. Let's get it on here and telling you about illegal orders and JAG officers and all this stuff. But here is the Christmas treat for you. Here is Chrissy Houlihan's work voicemails presented, Your Honor, as Exhibit A, that America is with Houlihan. Cut 22. All right, Chrissy Houlihan's transmission to us is a little bit off here. We're working on that. But as I said, the Sunday shows definitively went down the line.
I was calling to say thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Hi, Representative Houlihan.
I am not a constituent. I actually live in Colorado.
I'm from Ohio. I'm calling from Baltimore, Carnation, Washington.
I'm a resident of Philadelphia.
Gardner, Montana.
I'm a constituent in this district.
I am from Phoenixville. I'm calling to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was a career military officer.
I lived in Westchester for 22 years.
Reading, PA.
I live in Berwyn, Pennsylvania.
I live in Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I am a veteran.
I'm a veteran. I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
An infantry veteran.
Mom of a wounded warrior.
Thank you for standing firmly with our service members.
I'm a Gulf War veteran from Wisconsin.
Seattle, Washington. Carlsbad, California. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Calling from Minnesota.
Well, I just want to tell her I appreciate her comments, and they're right, and keep pushing
I'm
it.
a resident of Madison, Wisconsin.
I live in Iowa.
Texas.
Really wanted her to hear from one of her constituents so that she knows that we are grateful for her taking a stand.
Being a Vietnam veteran.
Thank you for letting them know it's okay to question orders that seem wrong or illegal.
Let's stop it there, Henry. I think we got enough. So thank you that seem wrong or illegal. Okay, now I have to say on some of the Sunday shows, finally, even though the hosts usually, Margaret Brennan, people like that, are the other way, even they stopped them here and went after the specifics and what this would lead to. And that woman's car, they seem wrong or illegal to be questioning these. Just think of where this is going. I think it's at a higher level than it was last week. All right, this will be cut 15. Here is Slotkin, Senator Slotkin. Now, she's the CIA, former CIA. And Slotkin is in the ring with ABC Raddatz Week, talking about she's not aware of illegal orders, and then she references a few good men. Cut 15.
I know you've received death threats, bomb threats. I just want to read again what the president has been putting on his social media. He is not backing off overnight, calling you again traitor, sedition at the highest level, a major crime. This all started on Thursday. Donald Trump saying it's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Continuing, this is really bad and dangerous to our country. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. Seditious behavior punishable by death. He also reposted, hang them, George Washington Wood. I just want you to tell me what's happened since this.
Well, I think almost immediately, the security situation changed for all of us. Leadership climate is set at the top. So if the president's saying things like that, you can imagine people on the ground, what they're doing, the calls into our office, et cetera, into our teams, the calling of police. I think I've been through dangerous situations before, so it doesn't change, my feeling about speaking my mind. But obviously, the president took issue with one sentence in a video and was calling for our death. I think that's inappropriate, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or an independent.
The White House says President Trump wasn't threatening death, but thinks you and the other members are in serious trouble. Are you concerned about any of that? Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said you should be held to account.
Look, I think there's no secret that the president is trying to weaponize the Justice Department. We've seen him do this many times with many different people already. This is a tool of fear. He's trying to get us to shut up because he doesn't want to be talking about this. And in fact, I would argue that one of the things that he's been doing by repeating it and talking about it is trying to distract us from the big stories of last week, which were the Epstein files and then the economy. And I took note yesterday at 9 o'clock at night. He's tweeting that there's no inflation, the economy's the best it's ever been. It was kind of amazing considering that the American public isn't stupid.
All right. So I have more where she invokes Nuremberg, where she invokes and gets into the idea, well, there are no illegal orders that we know of. Isn't that the central issue when you strip everything away? Now, this rebellion moves over to Jersey. Her sister in arms, Mikey Sherrill, over the weekend, well, the last 3 or 4 days, has been talking about, we're definitely looking at not sending federal tax money to Washington because of what Trump is doing. The people that love taxes, New Jersey, and she's one of them. They don't want to send federal tax money that they've collected to Washington because of Trump, and Trump's not spending enough. Why would we do that? Why don't we withhold taxes? Go ahead. Let's see if we withhold taxes, and let's see if for once they would put her in jail. You try to do that. Jersey threatening to withhold taxes. So this has just amped them up, and either they're reading the room wrong or I am. I'm reading the room to say that Americans see this very clearly. They're logical. They're not just the sycophants who called Chrissy Houlihan's. We're seeing around the country. I was doing a national show the last few days. And people are afraid this drives a wedge into the military, makes it more difficult for people to know clearly that they should be following orders, and that illegal orders are so rare that it's almost hard to believe that we would be talking about this. No, they did this knowingly, and Slotkin is the ringleader, thinking that somehow or another, if they just weren't specific, they would make it. The bottom line is they're saying Trump is the illegal order. Whatever Trump says, they started over the weekend talking about the National Guard here and there. They threw in a few other things. But Mikey Sherrill wants to withhold taxes. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. One other thing, we have Mondani over the weekend asked about Trump. Is he still a fascist? I'll play that for you. But I have to admit, are you going to give me the 4D chess thing with President Trump again? Now, we got a great guest coming on. I've interviewed him already in one place. He wrote the Fox piece prior to Trump meeting Mondani on Friday, which seems a million years ago, laying out the differences between socialism and capitalism, point by point, in an interesting way, in a way that anyone could pick up on. I think it was a missed opportunity. Now, this is somewhat Trump style. He likes to be liked. He's got the guy there. He likes his style, what he did, and he cares about New York. All that's fine. But wasn't this a moment to engage this guy on this nonsense? The only one who did was Jack Posobiec, who's been on the show, and he got into it with him about defunding the police and other things. About overtaxing white neighborhoods. And Mondani lied and said, no, we're not doing that. I didn't say that. Of course he did. Of course he and the whole gang, they can't wait to do that. That's one of their prime things. I just think it was a missed opportunity. I don't want to hear about 4D chess on this stuff. And I think Trump is trying to grab onto affordability, which is a good thing. And maybe he thinks Mondani is onto the affordability issue, that he's owned it. He's put it front and center. And it's a good thing to kind of fly in that orbit a bit, even though I wanted him to challenge him. It doesn't have to be wild. It could be a friendly back and forth. Draw this guy out a little bit. Let's hear about socialism. Let's hear about his life versus the life of misery you get with socialism. And he's probably a communist anyhow. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. Yesterday was the birthday of Billy the Kid. 11/23/1859 is what I have. Keep that in mind. He had a short life, short but eventful. Because I always say that the last Republican mayor in Philadelphia was alive for 3 years while Billy the Kid was roaming the earth. So Billy the Kid only lived, I think, 21, 22, 23, something like that, before Pat Garrett killed him in a gunfight. So we're looking for somebody that has a the or an of attached to their name in honor of Billy the Kid. I mean, I'm sure I don't even know his real name. He just went by Billy the Kid. What's your last
That's a good
name?
point.
Billy the Kid. Yeah.
That should be like kind of a caveat
barometer.
for this.
Yeah.
You don't actually know their name. You
don't
just know
need
where
to.
they're from.
Right. You
or
just
what
that.
they are.
Yeah. Of the of or the yeah. So I'm going to take off The Rock. It can come at the beginning. You don't say the of or the after. The Rock. And I'm going to take off, of course, the biggest, probably Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard her described as anything else.
Right,
Yeah, it's just like Joan of Arc, that's it. Yeah, a very consequential historical figure, to put it and almost unimaginable that she leads the troops.
Yeah, what, like 14
wins.
years old or something?
Yes, and a female
Crazy.
back then. It didn't happen. History's messed. No, it's true. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'll take 2 off the board, 1 real, 1 fictional.
Yes.
You do know this person I'm about to say by their
Right.
name, but they have so many good nicknames, it's hard not to point them all out here. I'm talking about the Sultan of SWAT, the Colossus
Okay.
of Clout,
Sure.
the King of Crash, the Great Bambino, Babe Ruth.
Well, even
Who could
Babe.
forget?
Were you watching The Sandlot last night?
No, I was not, I swear.
Yeah.
Because it was on.
Was it really?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
man.
Yeah. It's on Netflix now too.
Oh,
Netflix. has it,
yeah. All right, so that's good. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
watch that later.
And Babe is even a nickname.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
in
right.
itself. Yeah,
Yeah,
George
so-
Herman Ruth.
right,
yeah.
but we don't call- yeah, we don't call him that. Yeah.
And the other one I want to take off, fictional one, the first woman to be knighted in the 7 kingdoms in the show Game of Thrones. I'm talking about Sir Brienne of Tarth.
Yeah, I would reject that answer among the judges,
Oh,
but we have to allow you to do it.
You
yes.
see Brienne of Tarth do some sword play, you change your mind, you come back.
I have seen Game of Thrones, and that's enough. Yeah. All right, Sean, do you have one?
So the first person that came to mind with a the or of in their title was
Yes.
because YouTube's been giving me a lot of Epstein content.
Okay.
It was the Prince Andrew, Duke of York.
Of York,
But-
okay, right.
But
Yeah.
I think personally, is like a good of person would be the Earl of Sandwich.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The Earl of Tacony,
Yeah,
too. We'll
yeah.
take both Earls off.
He'll be coming in studio later.
Yeah, but the sandwich, right, yeah. Okay, so it's 855-839-1210. You can get in. Where do we stand now in this military battle? I'll tell you where we stand. We're approaching the dangerous point. That's why I played you the Houlihan thing. There are enough of these people out there. They're egging people on enough that somebody is going to say, illegal order, in a situation that's difficult. Primarily, it might be with the Venezuelan drug ships coming in. Although it could be somehow or another, but I don't know how the military is involved, with the National Guard in Chicago or somewhere else, and you're going to see that. And here we go. So did they get away with it? I don't think so. Todd Blanche, though, has to be a person of his word. He should have started the investigation by now, not after Thanksgiving. This is one time Trump's right on this. Start it now. Get to the bottom of it. Put them under oath. I think Slotkin is the ringleader. I think the others are kind of along for the ride. The one who's most disgraceful is Mark Kelly. The one that I've been telling you about is Houlihan. You know, that there's no doubt about it with Houlihan, what she's about. And she's particularly now, I think, wanting to run against Fetterman. This is the mentality out there in the suburbs. They are out of control with resistance, and yet they lecture. She does that tone, that face, moderation, always with that lecturing us when they can't even understand or don't want to understand the danger of what they're talking about and why people don't do this. And no, we're not buying. This was just a refresher course. Nobody needs a refresher course. We know exactly what you're doing here. All right, hit us with the of. And at 12:30, again, do you want to be the first 4D chess caller? I'm tired of that. President Trump wanted to gland him with this guy, wanted to play it that way. It was good for both of them and all that. To me, this was a missed opportunity. I don't think you platform this guy. I think you show him for the creep that he is, and that's what I believe he is. Somebody who went to a $60,000 a year school, banked by the parents. We have a tape out again over the weekend of his father was jihad. He's a jihadist, too. And the president said, well, I don't think he is. And I'll let that for Elise, who's running against Hochul in New York, to duke it out. Now, she's right. You're wrong on this. He is. There is no doubt. All right, we'll get the side question going. Only a 4-day week. I'll be off on Thanksgiving this week to get the winner. And 855-839-1210. You get on board. Also, coming up, waiting to see the president's health plan today. I think he's right. He gets the urgency of this, that Republicans have to come forward with some kind of plan, a meaning. Otherwise, they're going to be behind the 8 ball constantly with Democrats on this as we head into the midterm. One other thing, too. Smarter Republicans sounding the alarm over the weekend, saying the grocery store stuff is not enough, as I've been saying. Now, that's where people really feel it. But this despondency, the younger vote, can't get into that first home. And this is where Trump's got a lot of knowledge, a lot of contacts. They got to do something on this. They have to break through with this. Not the 50-year mortgage dumb idea. I've ruled on that now. Sorry, Robert Bensale. It's just, I've done it enough time. I think it's a dumb idea. But they do have to break through with some way to get more people into housing. 855-839-1210. One quick reminder, too. He is everywhere. I don't know how the man sleeps. Ryba is called the man who never sleeps when I started in talk radio, but Scott Jennings. And if you look at my Twitter at DomShow1210, I'm kind of chronicling how many big podcasters he's undressing. He can articulate Trumpism better than anybody out there. And he does it in a way that is not, it's disarming. I don't see how he can be resisted. And that new book that he has, How Trump Stormed Washington. Vast amount of Trump, Elon Musk, it's all in there. All you have to do is join us. It's going to be a fabulous night. We've got him for about an hour and 15 minutes. That's a lot to cover. Where did this guy come from? Get your tickets now, December 9th, Great Colonial Theater. Best thing to do is to get the meet and greet with him. You'll really like it backstage. But if not, we welcome you anyhow. There's plenty of room for all. Get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com. Do it now. Make it an early Christmas present. Make it a night out. A lot of places to eat. It's in Phoenixville. Spectacular setting. We were there before the great sauce gravy debate. And, of course, the bar. It's got a fabulous bar area. You will enjoy yourself. If you've never been, you can see what we talk about. It's a club. It's a getting together. It's like the trip. I mean, we go off, Dawn's off to Portugal next now. That's how talk radio works. That's the essence of it. So get the tickets now, 1210WPHT.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This holiday season, give the person you love a gift that lasts a lifetime. At Cozy Jewelers, thoughtful craftsmanship is at the heart of everything we do. Whether you're creating a custom piece made just for them or choosing something timeless, like a beautiful pair of diamond earrings, we're here to help you make this year unforgettable. Family owned, trusted, and dedicated to quality. Cozy Jewelers is where meaningful holiday moments begin. Visit Cozy Jewelers today. And remember, gotta be cozy for the holidays.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in special guest, and again, this was a missed opportunity with the president. Guy who's a big-time entrepreneur wrote for Fox a column about socialism versus capitalism, and it was easy enough to do that. Why not take the opportunity with this guy? Stop at the 4D chess. You know, this guy's got to be challenged when you get him in an opportunity where you got the power. You can glad him and say, hey, it was a pleasant visit, but, you know, we differed on socialism. We differed on what the result is. It's clear to me. And just let him respond a little bit. You don't get opportunities with this. This guy just doesn't do anything where you're going to get a clean shot. He does media interviews where he lies, and that's about it. All right, so that's one thing. The thing that got me over the weekend, too, Mikey Sherrill, all of a sudden, why should we send those federal taxes? We're noodling this on the first day to Washington. These people think that they are going to commit a slow motion coup here with Trump. Be it the usual stuff, deep state, slow walk everything in the government, but now the military, the no kings people now. And then Mikey Sherrill, well, maybe we won't send the taxes there. And I think they're mistaken. I think they're overplaying their hand here. They're on an even footing for the midterms at this point, due to the affordability issue, et cetera. That's why Republicans have to, by the new year, have their health plan rolled out. I think they're going all out on affordability in the grocery store, but they need to take bold action, public events around the issue of housing. And then the president can do all these rallies, and that's great, but he's got to call out his own voters. And say you just can't come to a rally, just be all fired up because I'm on the top of the ticket. You have to get out and vote. That's what we're looking for here. Here's one more piece from over the weekend of the nonsense. Although I do think the weekend hosts, the Sunday morning shows, did more than a little bit push into this. Here's a little bit more of Houlihan. This is cut 9. Talking again about judges have pushed back on what she calls Trump's orders. There's no orders. It's not the military. The executive makes a decision. The judicial, if somebody sues, says yay or nay on it. But in the goofy world of Chester County, they believe Trump is ordering stuff when he's executing his office, cut 9.
Uniform Code of Military Justice, which, as you were saying, all members of the military should be familiar with, right? It explicitly states, Congresswoman, that members of the military must follow only lawful orders, right? So that's in their existing code of honor and conduct. So I'm curious as to why you and others, I see Senator Kelly there, why you chose to put this video out now if that's already in the military code, or if there is something specific that you have seen happen that made you think you needed to do this?
And this seems to be everybody's, question of the moment. This wasn't, in response to any one event, but rather sort of a piling up of events and occurrences. Over the last 10 or so months, we've seen hundreds of examples of President Trump's orders being questioned by the courts, and hundreds of examples of those being ruled, sometimes by Trump's judges themselves, that they are unlawful. And so there wasn't any one thing in the past that we were talking about. We were largely aiming ourselves at the future to remind people in uniform of their obligation and responsibility to the Constitution and not to the president.
She still hasn't answered it. And Aaron Burnett, dope again, did not go back. The question was good, and the follow-up. Those are not orders. This is what a president, the executive branch, does. The judicial may rule yay or nay on it if someone sues. It happens all the time. They're not orders. They're not military orders. They're nothing like it. If you can't at least pretend to define the terms so we can debate this, then you know what's going on here. By the way, I'm looking at polling this morning. At this point in their tenure, in their second term, President Bush and President Obama, party support was at 78%, meaning self-identified Republicans in the case of Bush, Democrats in the case of Obama, supported this far in. So we're, almost the end of the fifth year, 78% supported. President Trump's Republican Party support, meaning his own party, 87%. All right? That is a noticeable difference from those two presidents. It's a chasm, really, in difference in support. Okay, coming up, I talked to this guy on Friday night, Ted Jenkins, president of Exit Stage Left Advisors, entrepreneur, wrote a great piece that Fox put up, difference between capitalism and socialism. You don't have all day with Mondami there. What would be your elevator speech to draw him out that the president could have used to say, here's the difference, buddy, 855-839-1210. Is it that hard to do it? Then I'll get you on the side question, too. At Rescue Natural Supplements, you can take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement brands. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products, like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals, res-q.com, or call an RES-Q product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 3 days only, Monday through Wednesday in Newtown Square at the Hilton Garden Inn, and 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559 or go to estatesroadshow.com for locations. estatesroadshow.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. So, golden opportunity on Friday to mix it up a bit with Mondami. What would our guest, Ted Jenkin, who, as I said, is an entrepreneur, president of Exit Stage Left Advisors, Fox op-ed writer. He wrote the 5 points as he sees it that differ between socialism and capitalism. Let's go to Ted here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ted, thanks for joining us today. So, missed opportunity, I thought, on Friday. What would have been the easiest way for the public to see breaking the ice with Mondami? What point would you have made if you were there?
Well, I think Trump tried to do this a little bit, but, you know, they have some common ground, especially with affordability being such a big issue, about creating more housing. And right now, I still think, have very different views about how that's going to happen. Trump's done it in New York City for a long time by being an incentivized developer and cutting zoning delays and tax credits. And, you know, Mondani's got, you know, a different view. It's all about rent freezes and you know, controlling prices. That's the socialism's textbook playbook. You know, it's a textbook play.
So you would think you would bring that up, right, and say, look, I'm a builder. I have a lot of experience. How about if we go easy on what you're doing here with this freezing, et cetera, and I'll help you? Would that have been out of line? I'm trying to. You don't think it was possible to mix it up with this guy?
Oh, I think he should have mixed it up, but this is Trump's playbook, right? You know, bromance, honeymoon, breakup. So you know, you had the bromance. There may be a little bit of a honeymoon, although Mondani might have ruined that already by calling him a fascist after the meeting. But he should have used my line and said, "Listen, Mondani, if you punish the builders, you get less building. If you free the builders, you get more housing. It's just that simple."
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? That's right in the area of Trump as a builder, knowledgeability on that. And I think the average person would go, yeah, that sounds right. Why would we do it otherwise? The idea that I talked to you about on Friday, that's my biggest worry about socialism, is what goes on in the schools. It's not drilled in, that this has been out there for thousands of years. Thanksgiving coming up, the Pilgrims had a spasm of socialism, didn't work. Some of them probably died because of it. They went to some form. They were still communal. They still cared about each other, but they went to a more capitalistic thing. And I think they made it, maybe even they surpassed what they thought they could do.
Yeah, look, I've always felt in here and still do as an entrepreneur that it's very simple. For 250 years, capitalism brings choices. And all that socialism brings is shortages, right? Because then you don't have new people coming up with new ideas to innovate, to create new businesses. And that's what has made our country so great. It's what makes China try to copy everything that we're doing. They have no ideas of their own. They only have ideas they take from us and then try to copy them and make them better. So we're the country that innovates, and if you go to socialism in any way, shape, or form, it's just going to bring lots and lots of shortages.
Yeah. So, Ted, you'll be coming up with a YouTube show pretty soon, and it's dedicated to this and how to create wealth. So while we have you here, people thinking about it over the holidays, taking a look at their own, what is the thing that you drill down, given your experience, that creates wealth? What do wealthy people do other than if they're born with money and all that stuff? What do they do?
No, listen, Dom, I'll give it to people real simply here. For wealthy people, there's only two asset classes that matter in life. It's called private business and real estate. And quite frankly, Dom, a lot of the people that are in real estate are either developers or builders or things like that. I'm not telling you not to be in the stock market, right? I've been around that a long time. I'm just saying the real wealthy people in America own businesses. They create private industry that they figure out how to cash flow, and then one day they sell it. And so I want to teach people on red, white, and green all about capitalism, how it works, and no matter what stage of life you're at, you know, if you're a school teacher, a lot of them that have side hustles, all the way to people that want to invest in their own business, this is what America is about.
And do you help with that? Do you help with people that are selling more?
Yeah, I mean, well, I've done both over time, but today one of my businesses is I help people sell their business when they're ready to sell it. But I also want to teach people that it's not that hard in America to start a business, right? It's hard to make it successful, but it's not that hard to start it. And I do believe, you get what you earn. That's what life is. So I want to teach people how to become better earners. And even, Dom, if they work in a company or they work for a government or whatever it may be, how do you become an entrepreneur within that company so you can grow your income faster? So if you're not ready to take the risk to do it yourself, let me teach you how to do it inside of a company.
Oh, now that's what we have to have you back on. That's gold. That's absolutely. You also wrote your column, and I made sure I had it on my to-do list when I woke up yesterday, about Christmas creep. And Ted, I think I told you this, one of the top 10 hidden topics people like to kvetch about in talk radio is the creep of one holiday into the other. But I've never heard Thanksgiving defend it so well. We have completely obliterated. I think you say Thanksgiving might be worth $1 billion here or there, but Christmas, that's where we roll in. Soon, Christmas could start in October, right? Or mid-October.
Absolutely. I feel like Dom, now it does to a degree, like the moment Halloween hits and the pumpkin spice lattes kind of leave the shelf.
Yes.
We are just deluged with lights and Christmas stuff, and Starbucks changes their cups over and they all become red with the peppermint mocha, whatever it is. It's crazy. And why? It's all about money. These retailers won't give us a chance to celebrate the one holiday that no politics. It's completely agnostic of everything. It's you giving thanks for what you have and having fun, football, and family. And we should enjoy that.
Absolutely. Well, we're not enjoying the football too much here. Well, you're in Atlanta, and they're just kind of, they're not never horrible, but they're kind of dull to me, the Atlanta Falcons. There's nothing about them that rouses.
Listen, Dom, the only thing they care about in the South here is college football. It doesn't matter if pro football wins or not.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Ted, I wanted to go back to socialism, too. One more comment. One of the biggest defenses, and Mondami does that, he puts Democrat socialist in front of it every time. We don't even get to talking about communism with him, which is a possibility. What do you say to those? Sanders does this. Bernie Sanders does this all the time. Well, look at Denmark. Look at Sweden. Look at these countries. They have socialism that is up and down the line, and yet they're happy. Everybody's, you lose 60% maybe of your income, but everybody's good.
Yeah, listen, I understand people who make these arguments, but it's not what we were founded on, right? When you talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it's also the pursuit of your dreams. Talk to people that live in their country and ask them about their dreams, and there are none. That's why countries like Sweden and Denmark, they never innovate. Tell me the last time anybody who's listening today heard of them come up with a great idea like Elon Musk did, or what you see with NVIDIA today, or Apple, or Google, or Microsoft, or any of these titans of industry and technology. They weren't created in Sweden and Denmark, I can tell you that. And it's just not what we're founded on. So if you feel like in the end you'd be happy making $70,000 a year, you can never make any more, and you get free government health care, that's a place to move to. But I don't think it's what Americans want.
Hopefully not. I can hardly wait. When does the YouTube thing launch, Ted?
We launch on the first week of January.
Aha. Well, we're marking it down to have you back, and I'll be talking to you for the podcast. I'm going to make sure I get a lot of Ted Jenkins going on here. National shows, local shows, podcasts. We got it all covered. Where do people find you, Ted?
The easiest thing to do is just go to our website. It's esladvisors.com. And I started to put together a free ebook on the quickest way to save money in taxes. So if you hit the website somewhere, I'll get you our free ebook, and hopefully I could put a few more of those hard-earned dollars in your pocket.
Thank you, Ted. Have a great Thanksgiving. We'll talk soon.
Okay.
All right.
You too, Dom. Thanks.
Thank you. Like this afternoon, once I latch on to a guest, had him on the national show, have him on this, a podcast, it's got to be a fourth way there. Why don't we pipe you in the next listener event we do? Say hello to Scott Jenkins, Ted. All right. Missed opportunity. You heard what he said. The president could have said, I don't know what Trump's doing with Mondani. You know, you're not going to get many opportunities like that. I think this guy's got to be taken on. This fraud of this, the nonsense up and down the line, particularly like this is a new idea, particularly like he has gotten his mind a little bit different now since he's been elected. I don't believe that. I think he's going to follow through, and what he did, I hope he does. Because if he does, he's going to be very dangerous to Democrats winning the midterms, simply because we'll point to him constantly. So what would be the elevator speech difference between socialism and capitalism? There are several that have been done over the years. But again, golden opportunity. The whole country was watching us. All right, I'm coming to you on the side question. Hit us with that person with the name with the or of attached to it, and get your name into the hat later this week. $50 gift card to Gallows. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. By the way, do not forget Scott Jennings. This is going to be a signature event, Politics and Pints, great bar, great site, the Colonial, storied Colonial. When we did our event with the four hosts there, it was fabulous, right there in Phoenixville, a lot of great places to eat. And Scott's book is as inside as you can get, extensive time with President Trump, and a bonus, Elon Musk. I'm going to ask him a lot about Musk in addition to Trump. And he's probably the best guy out there that can duke it out on what Trump is doing versus the attackers, okay? You know, even though he differs at times, that doesn't matter. His defense is spot on. They can't touch it. And then there's the old West part of it. People sitting across on the other side, they ought to take 6 guns out, and his with 2 or 3 liberals a night that he owns. All right, all you have to do is go to 1210WPHT.com. Tip of the day, too, and a lot of people are doing this, get the meet and greet. It's fabulous. You can come backstage. You get the book. You get the chance to be backstage before. We have like an hour. We have people mill around, and we talk with Scott Jennings about all things. You can ask him what you want. He's very open to that. Heck, he's letting me drive him to the event. I still think a rental car is needed.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's I have to bump up the car here. You know, I don't know if he needs a limo. I don't know if he's used to that or not. With CNN, is that what they provide?
Yeah, is he going to sit up front with you, or is he going to sit in the back like he's a passenger?
He's got to sit up front. And I'm open to wearing a chauffeur's hat if that's necessary for this event. Yeah. We'll design it. Minnie, get on that. Design that chauffeur's hat. Get those tickets, 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Experience Casino Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's the most
It's here.
wonderful time.
B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Finally, this is just in. The Department of War announced on Monday it is investigating Senator Mark Kelly, retired Navy captain, former astronaut, following his appearance in that, quote, public service announcement. The Pentagon statement reads as follows. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. In accordance with the Unified Code of Military Justice and other applicable regulations, a thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. All right, I need some military folks. Jump into the ring, put on your uniform. Let me read that last sentence. That would include recall to active duty. They could recall him to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Further official comments will be limited to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. The Department of War reminds all individuals that military retirees remain subject to the UCMJ for applicable defenses. Federal laws prohibit actions intended to interfere with the loyalty, morale, or good order and discipline of the armed forces. Any violations will be addressed through appropriate legal channels. I was unaware of that you still are subject to that. If you're in the military, we're in the military, are you aware of that? That surprised me. I wonder how this would happen. So here might be the thing that comes out of this, rather than what President Trump said, because I don't know that these people are going to be convicted of sedition. I'm just giving you the reality. But maybe they lose pension. Maybe they lose military rank. Maybe they lose something else akin to this. This just came down. This is serious business. That the investigation then, I mean, to me, it's pretty clear. And he has every right to be on the record. He could tell them what he was thinking, et cetera, how this happened. I don't think Mark Kelly's going to yell, yeah, I did order the code red.
Oh, could you imagine?
See, and the kingpin of this, look, I think Mark Kelly got hoodwinked into this. Mark Kelly doesn't strike me as the genius here. The one that thinks she's the genius, the obvious one that did this is Slotkin. She's out there in the front. She's cocky, big time. And the Crow guy, Congressman Crow. The others, I'm not so sure. I am praying right now, put the candles up. Kelly, I guess, the most prominent to Trump. Let's go to Rich in Philly. I need military people, please. Were you aware of that? At least I'm reading right from it now, word by word. Recall to active duty so he could be court-martialed. Let's go to Rich in Philly. All right, Rich, what can you tell us about this?
Well, he was an officer, and he probably didn't resign his commission when he got out of the service, and you are subject to recall.
So he still could be recalled for active duty, you're saying, Rich?
Well, they did that to the dentist facial surgeons during the Iraq war when they needed those guys to repair, from the IEDs. And most of those guys were in their 60s and 70s when they called them back.
Right. Now, Rich, this says, though, USN retired next to it.
You still have to resign your commission.
Okay.
And he probably did not resign his commission when he exited the military.
Okay. So what do you think of this procedure? Is this over the top to investigate and possibly do that?
No. They were wrong in what they did. They tried to stir the pot. Very simple.
And if he kept his commission, then I don't think this is circumventing anything. You're right. He's still in that loop, and there could be consequences to that.
That is correct.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks very much. 855-839-1210. So maybe he's the only one. Maybe the others did not. You know where I'm going with this. I mean, there's got to be a way to investigate Houlihan. The reason it bothers me is this. Houlihan, the Dean of Decency, Mary Gay Scanlon, and the others. They exhibit their Trump hatred in ways that are completely uncivil and I would say irrational. Yet they and their willing mobs in the suburbs lecture the rest of us constantly about civility, decency. Remember that? And I told you where I got that from if you're a new listener. She claimed the first time she ran, Madeline Dean, that a guy came there, was a rainstorm, didn't have his umbrella, he's all wet and all comes in. I just had one word, decency.
Decency.
Go to Washington to restore decency.
Decency.
That's right. You're decent, Madeline. Yeah, how those bicycles selling for Christmas with the communist Chinese imprimatur on them, you and your husband, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer. How are they doing? And Mary Gay Scanlon, big-time corporate attorney. And then Houlihan with the company who did big business, the apparel company who did big business in China, in the same places. And we're going to take all these lectures, all these sermons from these three. All right, so I'm unaware of the others, their status, and that maybe that's why Mark Kelly is the first one. This is a real moment here, though. They say they're investigating him, and that means if the investigation leads to that conclusion, he could be recalled for a military court-martial. I think that's exactly what should happen here. If he kept that commission, as Joe said, I think that's exactly where this should go. And I think the punishment here should be for every one of them, whatever the pensions, titles, or other perks are, should be looked at based upon what they've done here. We don't have to go sedition, even though I think, based upon some of the stuff they said on the Sunday shows, it's outrageous how far this goes. If a lot of people are calling them now, then that's evidence. Why all of a sudden these people call, I think this is an illegal order now? You know how this starts. They want to think it's an illegal order. What has Trump ordered people to do that's illegal? And the one they brought up and got shot down over the weekend was the idea of Trump wanting to shoot in the leg some of the protesters in front of the White House. But several of the commentators pointed out Trump never ordered that. There was never an order, and everybody agreed there wasn't. Why are you bringing that up? Well, because that shows what he could do. So we're going to put that question into the minds of our military. 855-839-1210. All right, coming to you on the side question 2. Grab a line. Let's talk about Mark Kelly here on Talk Radio 1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision-crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, it is Dom time. Don't like this news. A judge has dropped the cases against James Comey and Letitia James. And the James one bothers me more than the Comey one. The judge claimed the attorney appointed in Comey James case invalid. I don't like the attorney that they handpicked to put in there either. I don't think she knew the ropes. And as a result, we missed a chance. It's not about just feeling good about it. It's about winning. And James, particularly with the mortgage stuff, et cetera, is the one that is so clearly asking for it in this. So I don't know what happens next around Comey or James, but I think particularly with Comey, the matter might be pretty much over. James, I'm not so sure. Dom Giordano's show. So we have the breaking news. They're coming out of this whole military thing. And I think the caller may be right that maybe Mark Kelly kept his commission, could be recalled for active duty, and then could be court-martialed through this investigation. Well, I don't know the point of doing the investigation if you can't see this clearly. What more do you have to do to interfere with the military? This is pretty clear. Now, I don't know if a military court of law will agree with me, but I think they would. And I don't know in a military court of law, does it have to be unanimous? Or do they do something by majority? I'm not sure of the rules there, the jury system. I would assume on something weighty, it has to be unanimous too. But I see Mark Kelly as more of a dupe here. I don't see him. It's Slotkin. It's clear to me. And the Crow guy. The others are along for the ride. And one of them right here in Chester County. All right, so this is big news that the Pentagon announces. Now, we have, by happenstance, great this hour, we have Brigadier General, at least in the National Guard. I'm not sure of his duties. He'll tell us. Congressman Scott Perry. So we lucked out, other than Alan West being here at this second, one of our military guys, Scott Perry here at 1:45. So we'll have the opportunity to ask him what he thinks about that this has happened. Now, the other side is going out of their minds here that this could happen. But if he did keep his commission, then there's nothing here. I mean, this is clearly that you can go down this level in order to take a look at what he did. And is it something that deserves some kind of reprimand penalty? Call it what you will. Again, proving sedition in these cases with a jury, even a military jury, I think is going to be hard. But I get it that this is what it leads to. And these people know it deep down. And I think Slotkin doesn't care. I think she's the one that orchestrated all this. Kelly doesn't strike me as the guy that would do this. But he's the one that's now going to be in the military justice crosshairs, having to defend against this. All righty, 855-839-1210. Again, finally, somebody followed through here. Now, you can say, what about the other? Todd Blanche talked about all of them. I don't know. I don't know what you do with the others other than their pension or some kind of honor they hold. You take a look at that. I would do it. I would do anything in this within the law. Logically. And logically, if Kelly is still in the military, wow. Even if it's technical that he's still in the military, he really should know better. Isn't he the one that's the most surprising? Slotkin, the arrogance, the just all out, the woman who's along for the ride from New Hampshire thinking she'd glom on. Houlihan, along for the ride. But no, not Slotkin. Slotkin strikes me as the architect. Let's put this 1 minute nonsense together. Don't give up the ship. And the reaction is, aha, this is exactly why Trump is so dangerous. No, this is all clear. You can investigate someone in the military when there's this big of a public action. They haven't yet said he'll be recalled to be court-martialed, but I'm praying that he is. The drama of this, seeing military people confront a guy, and what's his defense going to be? Is he finally going to have to tell us What are the illegal orders that Trump gave versus somehow or another we're trying to stop this for the future? And we have sound, too, of Houlihan and others. I think it was Slotkin, saying they're getting all these people calling them, is this an illegal order? Could this be? You know what this sets off. So suddenly, when Biden was doing what he was doing, Houlihan, you don't even deserve the congresswoman. It's just a Houlihan. When the COVID stuff was going on and military rights were not respected, you went after them. Yeah, you were the part of the party that went after them, not even offering any kind of defense and say they have a right to make their case, why they don't want the shot, etc. No, you didn't. Not once. And the nonsense Biden did with Afghanistan, among other things, and the COVID, it was relentless. Then we didn't want to stand with the military and talk about these orders, talk about this is over the top. This is just the latest iteration, and I think they got their inspiration from the No Kings rally. They bought their own PR, and they thought America is just ready, and we're going to put up another place of resistance. But how does somebody who served in the military, some of them officers, not recognize this is not the same as somebody not following the directives of the Agriculture Department? That's one thing. That's a political back and forth. This is the military. How in the world do you want to put that doubt in there when it's life and death? And the answer is Slotkin didn't care. And I think she drove it with them. And somehow or another, they got the marquee. Kelly, astronaut. Well, guess what? The marquee now is going to have to go through this. Now, will the investigators say, no, there's not enough here to bring that? That's going to be interesting. I don't know who the investigators are. I'm not sure how that works. We're trying to get more information. Scott Perry will be here, and hopefully he can provide some of this. All right, the side question today is give us, now if it's a nickname, we'll take it. But we're looking more when it's in the name itself. You know, when you say Joan of Arc, that's how she's always referred to. The Rock is always referred to that way. That's a little bit better answer than if it's kind of a nickname that gives them, but we know their real name. But we'll take it.
Yeah, when we always do this one, the one I always throw out, I didn't today because I held it back, is Vlad the Impaler.
Yes.
The inspiration behind Dracula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that is the name the guy had. Hey, the Impaler's coming over tonight. Make room for him.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not staying at this dinner party.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's the way what they go by, not just a nickname occasionally thrown in there. Like this one, I just right from Braveheart. This is what he went by. All right, Joe in Cherry Hill. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good, Joe.
Hey, Dom. You may not remember, but I had the easiest name for you in Sicily. 7 letters.
7 letters. No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, sure. Wait, I do remember. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. Joe Ford, right.
You got it, Dom.
Yeah, out of all the names there, of everybody there, you first see, he shakes your hand, Henry, and goes, you'll never forget me. 7 letters. Joe Ford, Joe Ford, Joe Ford. Now, he reinforces it all the time. 7 letters. 7. Across the room, he waves. 7. I remember it at the dinner. Don't forget, Joe Ford.
Easiest name in Sicily.
Absolutely. And much more. We'll have to make it more Italian, but yeah, we're working with it. Joe, thank you for coming along, and say hello to your wife. Yep. Ro and I really enjoyed dinner with you guys.
Yeah, it was very nice. But my wife's last name is Vitullo, so that worked.
Oh, it did? Yes, you married up on that one, Joe.
Yes, I did. Anyhow, I'm a first-time caller, but a many, many years listener. And I don't know if you heard the name that I put in, but it's Robert the Bruce.
That's right. Now, that's exactly it. That's what he went by. That wasn't a nickname. That's what they called him.
Nope.
Sometimes they call him the Bruce. Yeah. That's a
right.
good one.
Just the Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you,
Scotland.
Thank you, Joe Ford. All right. What a guy on the trip, too. It brings back memories. It's just a while ago. Did I tell you about Frankfurt Airport, though? You know, I've done a one-man mission to get people diverted. They might be saying, why are no planes? Why are people not flying into Frankfurt anymore? I think I've told on the air off maybe 50,000 people taking into account how much. I've said it on national shows.
Yeah.
I'm filling a little minute here for the end. By the way, don't forget, don't fly through Frankfurt. You won't like the experience unless you want to be shaken down twice with people screaming at you.
Yeah, go to Munich, go to Berlin, go to Hamburg.
Well, avoid Germany. It would be better.
Maybe avoid Germany
exactly.
entirely, but if you can, just don't go to Frankfurt.
All right. I need military people, though, jumping on board. And we are seeing more and more stuff going on, polling, et cetera, about Venezuela. Trump's not going to invade Venezuela or do anything in Venezuela, but the drug boat operations, I think, are at least the majority support it. It's close, though. I would ask this, why do Americans not support the attacks on these Venezuelan drug boats? If you're one that doesn't, you can tell us. I mean, this is an area of big debate that goes on. All right, that's one thing. In addition to that, though, Mark Kelly, the biggest face, the biggest profile in this, is investigated now by the Pentagon. They declare that. And they say all the way up to recalling his active duty, just saying you're on active duty again so they can court-martial him. Wow. I wonder if, Mark Kelly's sitting in his office going, yeah, that's Slotkin. Don't give up the ship. Yeah, right. Or does this propel him forward? I just don't see him. I thought he was better than this. Slotkin, no. Houlihan, no. The Crow guy, no. The DeLuzio guy, don't know enough about. And the woman from New Hampshire, no. Just a hanger-on trying to get her name out there and thinking, this will really be a boost to me. Well, guess what? You fool around with the military, and you're going to get this sort of look-see because it's life and death, lady. It's not something. And she wasn't in the military. She was somewhat in the intelligence field. All right. Hit us on that at 855-839-1210. Scott Perry here in about a half hour. You may not have known that. Every time he's on the show, I talk to him about that. Brigadier General rank, congressman, very knowledgeable on this. What does he think should be the way to proceed against these six? I don't know. He might say sedition. I think the better way is this investigation, court-martial, and looking at a whole array of penalties. I think that's enough. And I think the American public, when they see that play out, would be supportive of that. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. By the way, the big event coming up, the big one to end the year, Scott Jennings. And again, I see him. I think he's been on his usual CNN perch a couple times. If you've never seen him, you have to watch the 10 o'clock show just once to see the people on the other side line up, and Jennings makes the face or his skull raises. He does that thing like, oh, my God, what the hell are you talking? And we're off to the races. What's happened is the host, who used to try to pretend to be even-handed, now attacks him regularly. And it only magnifies what he's doing there on CNN. He's got his own radio thing now. And the book, Unlimited Access to Trump and Elon Musk. And he talks about how Trump not just restored America, but fighting for Western civilization. I'm going to talk with him a lot about that. It'll be a lot of fun. I always advise people, if you can, get the meet and greet part. You get the book, you get to meet Scott backstage. We're all back there together. It is a fabulous time, even before we take the stage. To do that, just go right now to the station website, 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets. This is the type of event, the Colonial Theater. It's a great, by the way, if you haven't been to downtown Phoenixville, great spot when we did our event there. Great places to meet. Make it a night. 1210WPHT.com.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKANZE.com.
Listen up, football play is never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99 or 3.99% financing. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Uptown Gower Theater in Westchester with Norm Clark and Brendan Donegan, Thursday, January 15th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Oh!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss out. The countdown is on to Black Friday savings at Hessert Chevrolet. Plus huge doorbuster tickets to the region's most sought-after events. Score Black Friday leases on the 2026 Equinox or save on the 2026 Silverado. Hurry, when the clock hits 0, it's over. Visit Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or visit online at HessertChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. So progressives in California are standing in line to buy in California, did I add, to buy an ice chipper off your car and then return it to tie up Home Depot. And the woman interviewing them, first of all, youtube.com/1210, the woman interviewing them gets into the notion of, yeah, we know exactly why you're doing this. You're trying to make life miserable here at the Home Depot. It's around the immigration issue, as I understand it. This is what they're willing to do. Imagine going back and forth with an ice chipper to tie up Home Depot. Now, I don't know what Home Depot can do about it, but here's how it sounded. Listen to the woman at the end, and it's self-serve. The line's quite long, and she asked them, well, what are you buying? And each one of them, some of them wearing anti-ice shirts, is there to tell them what they're buying.
But they still have like a good amount of it.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Nice. What are you guys buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Sorry. What are you buying today?
I'm buying ice scraper.
Oh, yeah. What are you buying today?
I am buying an anvil putty knife.
An ice scraper.
Yes, ice
scraper.
All right. So the idea is it's ice. They're scraping ice, but then they take it back. There's a return. There's a whole thing to tie up business. So on and on it goes. I mean, the silliness, okay, they want to waste their time. This is their protest, what they're going to do. But the stuff with the Sedition 6 and also the stuff with Mikey Sherrill gone all across New Jersey over the weekend saying, yeah, maybe we won't send that federal tax money to Washington this time. Do it. I hope that she does it. And then I hope Trump can just methodically move in the authorities on this. You try saying, no, I'm not sending it there because Trump is not spending the money. And we'll get a lecture about how much Jersey contributes versus the red states, and on it goes. Let me go to John in Reading. Last week, I think we were talking with him about, was it Nick Fuentes at one point? It was in that genre. Nick Fuentes, by the way, I'm waiting to see tomorrow. Chuck Schumer has a resolution that'll be brought up to condemn Nicky Fuentes. And I think Republicans ought to vote for it. Oh, no. Tucker Carlson will be after us, though, if we do. We can't have that. Are they going to balk? 98 Democrats would not vote to condemn socialism on Friday as the setup toward Mandami, including the Dean of Decency and Mary Gay Scanlon. Houlihan did vote for it. Let's go to John in Reading on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, John.
Hey, Tom. Well, one thing, my thunder got stolen by Robert the Bruce. So I'm going to come back with Jimmy the Greek.
Yes, we never knew his last name, really. They always would say Jimmy the Greek. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, about the loathsome six. This is a color revolution. I was a Marine, served in Iraq, so there's your military thing. And we were always taught that, unless it's an atrocity, you assume it's a lawful order. Unless it's clearly a war crime.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, John, you're making a good point there. That what we're talking about here, it really has to give the benefit of the doubt to the order. And they're trying to say, no, you don't. You should be questioning. They're essentially saying you ought to ask legal experts, a JAG officer. What does a JAG officer know if this is illegal or illegal? Can you imagine?
Right.
The
it's
Supreme
not the entire operation.
Yeah.
Individual action.
The Supreme Court goes back and forth 5-4, and a JAG, the JAG officer is going to tell us, oh, this is illegal, don't do it.
Right. So this is a color revolution. This is an attempt to goad Trump and the Trump administration into overreacting so they can ratchet things up and say he's a fascist and say this is martial law. Or,
that is a great point. That's why
Alyssa Slotkin
is
a CIA operative.
Right.
Once in the CIA, always in the CIA. The woman from New Hampshire is married to Jake Sullivan, who was one of the architects of the whole Ukraine nonsense. Okay, these guys are deep into it, and they know what they're doing. They've done it before in foreign countries, and now they're trying to overthrow the government here. So, there needs to be consequences. Can't hang them. It's not treason, but it dances on the line of sedition, and there definitely needs to be consequences.
Thanks, John, and thanks for your service. Great call. Yeah, I think they're trying to provoke that from the president rather than, hey, we got the hook right here with the Pentagon. Mark Kelly apparently still has an active status, has kept his commission. Okay, if that's the case, that means he could be brought in for a court-martial. And just like, I hate to be like the other side, but God, what else do we have here since there are so few illegal orders? Just like the Code Red thing. They did not get put in jail for life. They got a lesser, but they got kicked out of the Corps. because what they did ultimately resulted, despite all the provocation from the colonel, et cetera, the military there, the argument is, I'm not sure that I agree with that, by the way, given the situation they were in, someone died at their hands. But the bottom line here is, John is right. The way to deal with this is what we're seeing play out here. Investigate, have a military court-martial. And we're not talking about hanging or sedition or whatever, but we're looking at his status, his commission, his pension, et cetera. Those are all remedies. Now, I don't know the remedies with the others. The two with the CIA, I'm not sure what court or how you get them in, whatever. But I don't think you're going to get sedition out of this. It's dancing around that line. Now, if something happens and we see people willy-nilly over the next couple of weeks screaming illegal order and all that, then there's even more. They're on the ropes now, though, because the Sunday shows, by and large, did not back them. There was a little bit of pushback. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today.
As always.
Mark Kelly lost my respect when I found out that even though he's active duty, his company was helping China with their high-altitude spy balloon technology. That balloon that traveled across the United States, Mark Kelly helped them build. And this guy's talking to anybody about loyalty or sedition or anything. I have zero respect for him, Dom.
I would agree with you. Anybody that's aiding and abetting China, almost at any level, even minute, Robert, right there, there's no credibility. They're on the ropes. We got to watch them.
And it's not a new cog or a new widget. It's a spy balloon, for goodness.
Right.
And socialists and capitalism, apples and oranges. But the thing that kills me about socialists is that they hate capitalism. But without capitalism, there would be no socialism, because socialism doesn't generate revenue. Capitalism does. And as Margaret Thatcher said, socialism fails as soon as they run out of other people's money. It's a losing endeavor, and I hope we don't go down that road.
Ponzi scheme. Well,
Absolutely.
You know what? I wish President Trump, he doesn't have to say what you and I have just said, but he could have, sparred a little bit with Mondami here. I think it was a good opportunity to do that. He could have glad-handed. You ran a great campaign. Now, why don't you come to your senses? Come on, you're too smart of a guy. Stop the socialism. How about something like that?
I think Trump's trying to play him, but we'll see what happens going down the road. But at any rate, my side answer will be Eric the Red. He was a leader of the Vikings, and his son, Leif Erikson, was actually the first European to make it to North America. And that's my answer for today. Great show as always, Tom. You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Eric the Red's a very good one. Which guy? Well, he's the Red. Yeah, he's Eric the Red. That's what we're looking for. I saw some good ones on Twitter that really got. By the way, President Trump, my God. I told you so. Praises Shedeur Sanders for winning first career start. Oh, my God. Oh, God, stop it already. Everybody else was wrong with this guy. I think he was only a fifth-round pick or whatever he was because of the father.
His dad, the attitude.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. He belongs in Cleveland. My God. It shows you on any given Sunday, any nonsense can happen. I'm thinking of a side question. DJ thought coming off the Eagles loss, but I don't know if that's tomorrow whether we'll stray into that. If anything happens as a result of that yesterday, it was pretty amazing game, to put it mildly. All right, the phone lines are 855-839-1210. If you're just joining us, so Mark Kelly under investigation by the Pentagon. Apparently, he still has active duty status. He could be, that could be punched, and he could be up on a court-martial. The others, two of them CIA. I don't know what you do there other than look at their pensions or whatever they got from the CIA. I don't know if there's a mechanism there that would deal with that. But Houlihan and, let's see, DeLuzio and Crow are all military. I'm not sure their status up and down the line and what would happen there. That's the way to go after them. I mean, do I think what they're doing is incredibly dangerous and possibly seditious? Yeah. Because even after they've been called on this, and even after they cannot produce anything specific, they're continuing to go down this path. And clearly to me, Slotkin is the ringleader, the arrogance and all that. By ringleader, I mean, I think that she's the one that knew a lot of these folks. I don't see Kelly starting this off, unless he's running for president or something. It doesn't appear to be that. Robert's right, though. His company, involvement with the Chinese. Come on. It's the same thing with Houlihan. Her ticket to Congress, she was an executive with an apparel company that did big business in China. And we're going to be lectured to by her? Madeline Dean, when she ran the first time, the Philadelphia Inquirer, Ace Business reporters over there, reported her husband's involvement, the bike company, made millions in China. And they're going to lecture me. Mary Gay Scanlon was just a big-time corporate lawyer. Nothing wrong with it, but where did they get that they lecture us? And it's always the moderation tone that they take when they're doing radical things. This is just one of them. And up there in horsey country, it seems to be a hotbed of this type of thing. We played you the voicemails. I don't know, they sounded like relatives mainly, telling Houlihan, continue to fight, don't give up the ship, don't give up the horse. I like to hear Houlihan asked about mushroom farms and illegal workers in Chester County. Sometimes I think, well, they used to be known more for that than the horse ranch, horse stuff. Yeah, I really think I'll go back to the mushrooms and bring in people in illegally because Americans won't do those jobs. We wouldn't have mushrooms, etc. It's a fraudulent place. You've seen that play out by the stuff that they do, how they couldn't get voting right, and they're still not investigating it. When are they going to give us the definitive answer that should take 5 minutes? 855-839-1210, you get in. Hey, empty nesters, are you seeing price reduced signs popping up all over? If your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit for months. Well, Diane Giordano has been helping homeowners avoid those dreaded price cuts for years. She's got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home sells fast in days and for top dollar. Right now is the time to get on your list, get your list of low-cost fix-ups for the 2026 sale and a copy of her brand new book, The Smooth Ride Method. She'll be signing copies at the Abington Firehouse on November 25th. That's tomorrow between 9 and 5. She'll also be giving away free apple and pumpkin pies to our listeners. So before you slap a for-sale sign on your lawn, come to Diane's book signing pie event and get a free copy of her Smooth Sale Method book and a free pie. She has apple or pumpkin. Diane says, don't miss this. All you have to do is RSVP. Do it at getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com. Or give Diane a call at 215-576-8666.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland. It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. So don't wait. Hurry into your local Honda dealer where you could find clearance deals on a 2025 Accord, a 2025 Pilot, or a 2025 Ridgeline. Hurry into your local Honda dealer and experience the wonder of happy Honda Days while the clearance deals last.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details.
Don't get cold feet ever again. Stock up on the warmest thermal socks invented by my friends at heatholders.com. Dawn Stensland here. This is really my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting live some of our city's biggest winter events and parades of the year. Thanks to my Heat Holder thermal socks, gloves, hat, and base layers. Heatholders.com. Scientifically proven to be 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they're great gifts too. Get 25% off with promo code DAWN1210.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discounts of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to talk with Congressman Scott Perry. Always love having him on, from Central Pennsylvania, Maine player, but also a brigadier general in the military. We'll talk about what's happened this morning now, or this afternoon, with Mark Kelly and how this plays out, investigation. There's plenty of evidence there. Will they then recommend a court-martial? Yeah, I think they will. Now, whether they will court-martial him or not, that's another big step to see if that happens. One thing we haven't talked about, though, and it happened out of the blue. I was hosting a national show right before it went on, and we're like, kind of surprising. But what people are making of this is more surprising. I don't think it means a whole lot that Marjorie Taylor Greene is dropping out January 5th, I think, will be her last day. And that the argument is, oh, well, what's happening here is we're seeing the collapse of the MAGA coalition. Now, you know that that's not the case. And Trump has said some bad things about her. Then he said something nice about her, and we go back and forth. Marjorie Taylor Greene was very good on the Epstein thing, trying to push that forward. But Marjorie Taylor Greene dropping out and some of the attacks on Trump are not going to have wide audience to take down Trump or to splinter MAGA or anything like that. And I would predict that she'll come back in some way, shape, or form. I don't think she'll be in political office again. Running for governor of Georgia. I don't know Georgia politics, but I don't see it. That was part of the problem. The Trump people told her they had a private poll she would lose badly to the current senator, and they want that seat big time, and that's why they didn't want her to run. And then that set off some of the legitimate things where she differs with the president on, some of the things that, are not pure enough. I get it. And the Epstein thing brought some of it to the head. The other thing out there, Swalwell running for governor of California and saying we ought to be able to vote on our phones again. Non-starter, the revulsion at voting by mail and some of the difficulty is there. But we haven't had enough political leverage anywhere that I know, any state, to get rid of it. So we'll see if that happens. It's a long shot here in Pennsylvania. Republicans were, they went for the bait. What is it, Act 77, Mastriano and others, and they got caught. And Democrats now have that in perpetuity, and we have to win, so we have to deal with it. We've been down that road. But voting by phone is way a bridge too far. All right, we're always honored when we have a chance to speak with Congressman Scott Perry. As I said, though, particularly today, this is important that Mark Kelly now is under investigation by the Pentagon. The result could be that he has to go through a court-martial under the Uniform Military Code because he apparently kept his commission, kept his status, and that's why there's that hook there. What will we hear about the others? Don't know yet. What's the avenue of pushing back on them? All right, get in on the side question. Again, great ones on Twitter, 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Congressman Scott Perry with us. We've talked with the congressman many times about, boy, what a swing district, what a target he is of the other side up and down the line. But on a day like this, he has great military background also. When I ask him about that right out of the blocks with the breaking news about Mark Kelly being investigated by the Pentagon. Congressman, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for coming on today.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to you and your audience. We certainly have a lot in our country to be grateful for, the blessings of the good Lord, and no matter what's happening, we live in America, and we just got to keep that in mind every day. But it's great to be on with you. Thank you.
Well, your rank and your military service, where are you now? Are you active? And I know you were a brigadier general. Is that active?
No, I was not active when I was promoted to brigadier general, but I am now since retired for several years. So it's in my rearview mirror. I'm very happy with my service. I was appreciative that I was able to serve, but that's behind me now. I'm moved on to other things. And look, I'm a little bit older, and military service, for everybody that is not really familiar with it, it can be stressful to not only to your mind and your soul, but to your body. And as you get older, it gets a little tougher to meet the requirements, and you just have to acknowledge that. It's the way it is.
So I'm asking you that, and we'll get into other issues, because Mark Kelly is being investigated by the Pentagon. They issued an order, and they said apparently he kept his status. He could be brought in for a court-martial if the investigation goes that way. You serve with some of these people in Congress. Any thoughts on any of them? Mark Kelly, I'm surprised at. I see Slotkin as the ringleader here, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I would say this: Mark Kelly's not a private, right? He's a high-ranking official, and he should know the provisions by which he's continued to serve. And I suspect he's in the inactive ready reserve, which means he can be recalled. And he's gone out and made these statements, not in themselves likely seditious, but certainly promoting sedition from, some 20-year-old kid who might think that Mark Kelly as an astronaut's his hero or something, and wants to go out and make his hero happy and proud of him, and goes out and does something that ends him, that service member, in a court-martial himself. And of course, the consequences of this are very grave. We don't take lightly disobeying orders. That's just, you agree to take orders when you raise your hand and take your oath and agree to serve in the uniformed services. And, if you don't want to take orders, don't join. But if you are willing to accept that comes with the territory. You are now operating under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is different than the civilian judicial system. But no one drafted Mark Kelly, and no one's drafting anybody right now. You joined, and you raised your hand and said you would because you wanted to serve. Well, service comes with sacrifice. That's what service is, and I suspect that this was a capricious act. I don't know, but look, it's serious stuff, and many of us are very, very animated and exercised and disappointed by this for very good reason. You do not go out in front of the enemy and smear your own country, your own chain of command. If you want to do that, then go just join the enemy.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with what you said there, though. This dances around sedition and all that, and the downside is now Chrissy Houlihan, congressman in our area, Chester County is relatively close to you, is saying that they're getting all kinds of responses from people. Is this an illegal order, et cetera? Exactly what you don't want. I mean, why all of a sudden? This is illegal orders, Colonel West told me, maybe in your experience, are almost extraordinary that you're actually going to get an illegal order. We lose you, Congressman?
Sorry there. As when you join, you're briefed that all orders are assumed to be legal. That's just how you know that all orders are legal. And if you're going to presume, assume, or claim that they're not, it's incumbent upon you to provide the proof. And of course, as you probably know, if you're following this story, that Senator Slotkin, also a United States Senator, also on that video, also a member of the clandestine services community, was asked the question, which orders are illegal, to which she could provide no evidence of any. So this is just a fundraising claim. This is a way to get people to do what they don't have the courage to do themselves simply because they hate the president and his policies. You can hate him all you want in America, but you cannot aid and abet the enemy.
Exactly. That's what this comes down to. Now, with you, we're waiting on the president talking about health care, affordability. I think they've been talking about a lot. What's top of mind for you as you gear up for another race this year?
Well, it's affordability across the board. And of course, health care is front and center. We told everybody 15 years ago, I wasn't elected 15 years ago. I watched it like everybody else did, but I knew that this was not going to be affordable. You couldn't keep your doctor if you liked your doctor. You couldn't keep your plan if you liked your plan. And now that has come to fruition like so many other things. But it's not just healthcare. It's everything. And look, this has been a long, slow slog against America and Americans' interests. And it doesn't get turned around on a dime. And unfortunately, we've got elections in the meantime. So we got to prove to the American people that what we're doing is going to work, that we're doing what we're doing because we believe and know it will work, and that it's actually going to, make a difference in their lives. That's what people vote on. What makes a difference in their lives, rightly so. And part of the thing is, if you're looking at the normal statistics right now, employment for American citizens is up, and unemployment for people that came here legally or illegally is that their employment is down, which is, look, we represent the American people, not people that come here illegally. And so what I think that, it'd be hard. I would hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle wouldn't disagree that it's a good thing that there are more Americans employed and more non-Americans that are leaving employment. We've always been told that Americans won't do these jobs. But apparently Americans will do these jobs. And if we could subsidizing housing and food and education and incarceration and medical care for people that are here illegally, the cost won't be so high for all the American citizens that are paying for all that other stuff so that they can afford it themselves, which is the goal.
Absolutely. So, Congressman, to help your campaign, and again, you're one of the most targeted up and down the line, year after year, term after term. Where do we go to help? Because this is an all-important seat, and you are a guy who has served the country well. Where do we go?
Well, there's two. Officially, I'm at Rep. Scott Perry, and on the campaign side, it's patriotsforperry.com.
Have a great Thanksgiving, Congressman. Thanks for always coming on. Appreciate it very much.
You too. God bless. Thank you.
All right, Congressman Scott Perry here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You get on board. So the other side is holding an anti-ICE field hearing. Where else but in L.A.? We're just talking about that. The month of September, we have the numbers for, and those numbers indicate that it was the biggest month of arrests for ICE, over 40,000, not quite 41,000, which is a big number. Despite the entire country, despite all that, that's a lot. So ICE is very engaged in this. I played you the people lining up with an ice scraper in California to try to disrupt Home Depot and make a point about ICE. All right, you get in. We'll get to you on the side question, too, coming up. We have Dom's Money Melody. Just found out today we got a new sponsor for Dom's Money Melody. We'll have that soon.
Oh.
Yeah, so absolutely. We like all the side question. That's like $1 million you got to spend for that.
Seriously.
That's the biggest.
Pump out some change there.
We need a team of salespeople for that. Don't forget, too, the other thing we're proud of, politics and pints. All right, we did steal it from my friend Jeff Katz. Come on, Jeff, down there in Richmond. But the premise is we go to a great spot, in this case, a Colonial Theater out in Phoenixville, with a great bar where listeners can go before and after, and I come out and the whole thing. And we bring you a great guest and your interaction. I'm hoping to even have a montage. I've been working it up over the weekend of the top 10 moments. Scott Jennings sliced and diced almost an entire panel they bring in on CNN. He's out there with the book tour now. You see him all over the place. So be with us. It's right around the corner. I mean, Thanksgiving's late this year. So it's December 9th, Colonial Theater. Last time there, we were with Rich and Dawn and Nick doing our hosts on all the issues of the day. And what was the biggest issue? Gravy and sauce. You never know. But this will be a fun time with them. I recommend get the meet and greet package. You get the book, you get the meet and greet. Henry there, Roe there, I'll be there, Scott Jennings, behind the scenes. It's a whole hour of that before we go on stage. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. All right, big 2 o'clock hour coming up, Money Melody, your calls. You heard Scott Perry, the breaking news. It looks to me like Mark Kelly's not only going to be investigated, I didn't know the status that he had, so finally they followed through. Court-martial, I would predict, will happen. Now, whether he'll be court-martialed or not, anybody's guess, but you heard what Perry said. This is the avenue to go rather than full-bore sedition. In other words, that might be hard to get that, even though there's going to be people acting on this who might get charged with sedition ultimately. We want thousands of people out there in the military now saying, yeah, I really don't think that order's legal. I'm not following that. Is that what's going to happen? You're hearing spasms of it already. And it all comes back to anything Trump says on this, that's their point. You got to think that might be an illegal order. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things, but by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20. And we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody coming up. I have a little bit more now on the Mark Kelly thing. This from Pete Hegseth. The Secretary of War tweeted out the video made by the seditious 6 was despicable, reckless, and false. Encouraging our warriors to ignore the orders of their commanders undermines every aspect of good order and discipline. Their foolish screed sows doubt and confusion, which only puts our warriors in danger. Now, here's the money part. 5 of the 6 individuals in that video do not fall under the Department of War jurisdiction. 1 is CIA, or 2 really are, and 4 are former military but not retired, so they are no longer subject to UCMJ. However, Mark Kelly is still subject to UCMJ, and he knows that. As was announced, the department is reviewing his statements and actions, which were addressed directly to all troops while explicitly using his rank and service affiliation, lending the appearance of authority to his words. Kelly's conduct brings discredit upon the armed forces and will be addressed appropriately. And then also on Twitter trending is the statute that applies to this, and the Department of Defense for some reason. It's Department of War now. All of them are trending on Twitter as we speak. So what do you do with the others? That's an open question, not sure. But the others are kidding themselves, including Houlihan, if they think they're winning on this. And this is pretty explicit. And Mark Kelly, whether people thought, well, this guy's still active military, we ought to listen to him, whatever. He is. And that adds added weight to it. And he's an astronaut. Scott Perry just mentioned that. So this is not going to go away easily. And I still think Slotkin is the ringleader of this just by her actions, her arrogance. And the others, I'm not sure what penalty, if, see, and they're kidding themselves that this raises that America's with them. I don't think in the end they are. Now we're heading into Thanksgiving, so, attention might play away from it. But after yesterday's Sunday shows, the Sunday hosts, by and large, did not allow them to escape. They pointed out, well, where are the illegal orders? They pointed out there's nothing specific here. And Slotkin particularly had to answer with a few good men. Hardly anything that represents evidence on this. The polling indicates, though, that Americans don't support military action against Venezuela. On the drug boats, it's much more 50-50, and I think the lead is people do support that. So that does not seem to be where they're going. It seems like out of the blue, one of them hatched this, and they thought, hey, this is a good idea. And people will jump to this and will push back on Trump. And what's happened? Mark Kelly now is in hot water. Who knew? I thought he was out of the military. I didn't think there was any, way they'd be tried by the military. The others cannot, which I thought. 2 of them CIA, Houlihan and DeLuzio, other military, but they don't continue any active service. All right, side question. Billy the Kid, born yesterday in 1859. And I often make the point that the last Republican mayor of Philadelphia was born while Billy the Kid was still alive for 3 years. And I think Billy the Kid was killed. He had to be early 20s.
He was 21.
21.
Yeah, we had our fact checker here,
Yeah,
Sean.
all right, there you go.
know another thing about Billy?
Yes.
It's not his real name.
Okay.
It's Henry.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow, and he took, how did he get Billy?
I have no idea.
It was an alias he took on after
alias.
he went on the run.
That makes sense.
Okay. So he died around, 1880-ish, okay, with Pat Garrett. So that means the last Republican mayor was born around 1877 or so. Think about that when you think about it. Now, I think the guy was fairly old when he was in office here, the last days, but still, that tells you how long was the last Republican mayor. Will we ever see another one again? And I doubt it. It's crazy, but there are certain cities. I think Atlanta might have more years over us. A couple of them do. But the Billy the Kid thing always intrigues me. How could Billy the Kid be alive and this guy who was mayor of Philadelphia, last Republican, was born? It seems like ancient history. We're looking for somebody with the or of attached to their name. Also, need some more military people. Your sense, and again, I can't answer, and I take Scott Perry's point, we don't want to overshoot this with President Trump going after that. We want to zone in on a way to punish them, hold them accountable. The poor person who's in the military and gets all crazed over this, they might get charged with sedition. That's what would come out of it. I don't think the 6 here are going to be charged with this. But Kelly certainly is going to face a court-martial, I would bet. And it's going to be interesting to see what type of stance he starts to take. Could he be the guy that was willing to do this and put it on the line? I'm still, based on the interviews, I'm still going with Slotkin as really going down Broadway with this. But here, closer to home, doesn't this underline again what's going on in the Philadelphia suburbs? I know I told you the other day there will be a Republican running against Houlihan. But it seems like we haven't had a close race in the suburbs with Scanlon and the Dean of Decency. And I think there's going to be a pretty close race with Brian Fitzpatrick this time. We haven't seen that in years. Indicative of Houlihan fits right in with horsey country, mushroom country, her stance, her radicalism on this. What you have to do are say things and lecture people on civility and decency while also doing whatever the hell you want as far as attacking Trump. Then suddenly that goes away. But I mean, for Houlihan to jump into this, something is up with her. A couple weeks ago, remember, she went after Mike Johnson when he was holding a press conference. You know, not just standing there talking. It was a press conference. I think she's running against Fetterman. I think they think they're going to easily defeat Fetterman. I don't even know if Fetterman's going to run again, to be honest. That's not our concern. But I think she's one of the people eyeing it to run statewide. And I told you over the weekend, Mikey Sherrill now says, well, why should we pay federal taxes? I'm considering as governor withholding the federal tax money that we collect because Trump is not doing the right things with the money. He's not spending the money that Congress put in. And I have to mention this. I'm not going to bypass it just because it's difficult. We saw the end of Doge over the weekend. Officially, Doge was taken off the books. No more Doging, no more Doge grip. Now, how did that happen? Remember, I've been on the Jersey people. They came on, these two assembly people, Jersey Doge. And I said, yeah, give us, look at the corruption. Look at the nonsense. DoorDash, hundreds of thousands of dollars were paid for the Rutgers football team. Just through DoorDash. Why? I mean, it was enormous, the amount of money. So why is it Doge goes away? I mean to say there's still not tremendous amount of corruption and federal money misspent. That was the hottest idea, and it dies with a whimper just because Musk isn't involved.
Yep.
I just think, though, somebody day to day, not with his celebrity doing it, would be more effective. We thought that in the beginning. But there's tremendous amount of stuff Here's an example. This is the cut, YouTube too. This is cut 18. Here's a self-described 38-year-old able-bodied man who lost his SNAP, who lost his food stamp benefits. He admits that in this interview, and he just calls it blank. Here's how it sounded.
Nelson Scott is on the verge of losing access to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. He is 38, not disabled, doesn't have any kids, doesn't go to school, and doesn't have a job. Those are just some of the reasons he is no longer eligible for SNAP benefits.
How much did SNAP help you?
It helped me a lot. I get $292 a month.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture crackdown is led by President Trump, who signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law in July. The government shutdown stalled the November 1st deadline for implementation. However, these changes are still coming up.
We help.
Signe Anderson is a senior director of nutrition advocacy with the Tennessee Justice Center.
Because of rules like this, we can see individuals that are going to be forced to skip meals.
She points out senior citizens and children between the age of 15 and 18 will be most impacted. Rick Williams is a conservative political analyst.
A 15 or 16-year-old can take care of themselves at home while you go work. There's no reason you can't be working. There are plenty of jobs out there.
Scott tells me, as a convicted felon, getting a job isn't easy.
I will get one if y'all give me one. Y'all be felony friendly and hire us.
The Tennessee.
All right, so is that going to be the reason du jour? He can't get a job because he's a convicted felon. That makes it harder, without a doubt. But again, the SNAP thing is moving forward. Just an example of Doge of a sort. And again, I just think you got to note that it should continue, despite Elon Musk not being there and all. It makes you believe that this was all just driven by that. And the real work in Jersey, too. I mean, you have Republicans in the assembly. They ought to be doing it on their own. If they can't stop the program, they ought to be publicized in an organized way. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And I'm really looking forward to the Scott Jennings night out. That's a great capture right there.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, the guy just grows. I don't know if he'll be in one piece by then, Joe. How many shows this guy can do?
I am just looking so forward to meeting him and maybe asking him that one question if it comes up. But anyway, Dom, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit about your take on the Mondami Trump summit.
Yes.
What are the chances that, and as far as I know, we don't know what went on behind closed doors. Trump could have been Trump behind those doors and said, you know, pal, we're going to go out in front of the public in about an hour, 45 minutes, and I could blow you away. Or you could choose to look like you're working with me. Because I made that mistake back in the 2020 debate where we had a debate party over at a friend's house, and we could not wait for Trump to be Trump, and he blew it that night. He jumped the gun, and he was too much of Trump. So my consideration with what happened last week was Trump throwing the press a curveball when they were looking for something that never happened. They were looking for him to be a creep. They were looking for him to be an ogre, and he didn't give them what they wanted.
Well, wait a minute, Joe. There's all the difference in the world between that, though, and taking this guy on a little bit. And the guest that we had on, we talked about how he could do it. Trump knows how to be entertaining in doing that. Come on, I'm a builder. You're really going to do this stuff? That would have been effective. He's not grilling the guy, but he's using his experience in building New York, throwing the ball back to him, getting him on record. I think that's a missed opportunity.
Dom, I think he left the fight for another day. I think he showed some patience that were totally uncharacteristic of him. You know, he got Mondami to say, you know, we got to build an economic unit here. That's not socialism. Trump could throw that back in his face and say, you know, you wanted to build the economy of New York, and you blew it, pal. It wasn't a one-shot deal.
Okay, I would tell you, we already got him on record, Joe. You know, this guy needs to be taken on. That's my method here. And again, Trump could be patient in doing that. We've seen his ability to do it. I just think letting socialism go. He platformed the guy. The guy got too much. I get it that Trump admires how he campaigned. He is effective in that. I get that. But a little bit more there, I think, would have been. I think Trump is thinking, I'm going to, get into the affordability thing here. We'll look like we're together. Okay, I'll give him some grace on that, but that's not what I would have done.
But I don't think you could do the affordability angle and without calling Mondani a liar down the road.
Okay. You think we're going to see an eruption? The guest that we had on said what? The honeymoon, the romance, the honeymoon, and then the divorce. Yeah.
Well, I just keep thinking the press is like still scratching their head saying, what the hell happened there? And we wanted more.
I hear you. But look, he knows how to do it. There's a way to do it, though, Joe, without, I agree that the press jumps on you. You didn't give him a chance. All right, who's your side today?
My side is probably it's hard to explain, but it's probably one of the biggest, most strategic trading locations in the world. It's in Southeast Asia. I know that, and I'm almost sure it's between India and Bangladesh. Very, very strategic, and it's the largest body of non-ocean water in the world, and it's the Bay of Bengal. I try to encompass the and of.
You
so
put both
I
of them
did
in
there.
there. Yeah, you got both of them. The Bay of Bengal. Okay. That's fine. It's not a person, but okay, we'll put it in. By the way, you can have a fictional character if you want. All this coming off Billy the Kid. I'm still amazed, though. I got to go back and take a look at the bio of that guy who was the last Republican mayor. When you say it was this date in history, people's eyes glaze. They don't get it. When you go, yeah, well, Billy the Kid, he could have met him. He was alive for 3 years. He was here in Philadelphia. Billy, he could have killed him, yeah. And you know that Billy the Kid died at only 21, and it's, 1880. So this guy's alive like 1878, 1879, 1880, and he becomes a Republican mayor of Philadelphia. Oh, my God. This is a tough town. When will the next Republican be? Not going to happen. That would be a sign of the apocalypse. I'm saying, all right, let's get ready, make your final confession, get everything in order. We have a Republican mayor in Philadelphia. Even a Republican in name only. It just will not. They won't do it, no matter what. I don't know who could run on the other side that would be that abysmal, but they're not going to vote for him. Okay, it is time, though, right now, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
And just in time for Christmas, we have a pair of tickets to a Charlie Brown Christmas concert featuring the Eric Minto Quartet on December 11th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. All right, Henry, what's your pleasure today?
Yeah, Dom. So on the side question, we were asking for someone with the or of in their name, and that's exactly where I'm going to take you today.
Okay.
John Entwistle, bass guitarist for The Who, had been out drinking with the Rolling Stones bass guitarist Bill Wyman. They're naming funny animal names and came up with Boris the Spider, in which Entwistle wrote the song Boris the Spider in 6 minutes. So I'm going to play you Boris the Spider, but guess what? It's not by The Who. No, I'm playing a cover version here today. I want to know the language in which Boris the Spider is being covered in here. Okay. One note about this country, their flag flies red, white, and blue just like ours. So
okay,
I'm going to play this clue for you. I want to know the language. Creepy language, creepy song, Dom. Want to know?
All right.
Want to know this
language. It is with that, and you got quite a treat at Charlie Brown Christmas. They do a great job at the Zlock. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T. And Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I have never traveled once for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Am I an oddity in that regard?
Yes.
I don't think we have ever taken a holiday between Thanksgiving and Christmas to Florida or California or anywhere, Chicago, family, relatives in the Midwest, any of that. And I've traveled a lot in my life. Never have left during this time of year. I have no interest in it, to be honest. Longest trip I think I've ever had is maybe a 45-minute car ride from Bethlehem to Kutztown.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Rutgers. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. Let's hear today's clue.
We want the language, Dom.
All right, let's go to Susan in Chester Springs. Susan, what's the language here?
It must be French.
Yeah, I thought it was French myself. I thought there might be a little spin out of there. All right. Susan's on hold. Susan's off to the Charlie Brown Christmas. Anything more on that?
No, I
Henry?
thought the whispering might trip some people up, but apparently not.
No, we have a lot of people
French.
that are, they hear the le, and I think that's something that sets it off. Okay, a couple of things. So we have this guy running for president in is it Gallego? He's a former Marine, from a senator now from Arizona, and he's touring the country. Maybe he thinks he'll be the VP choice. Maybe he thinks he's already running for 2028. So when he got news of, now Pete Hegseth's more personally involved with this, with the Pentagon, he's come out on Twitter indicating it's through his direction here, this investigation that they're looking at. And Gallego said, this is blanking insane. We should just point out how F-bomb insane this is. And you know, these guys are trying to say they're not acting like fascists, that they're not trying to give us as much power to the president as a king. They should stop acting like it. Mark Kelly is a patriot. There's no reason why they're going after him. He was doing his duty, just reminding people of their rights. How long are you going to try this story? Just out of the blue, just doing my duty. What other videos are you going to put out about something military? Just doing your duty. This just came out of nowhere. Hey, it's just a refresher course. Why do you guys make so much like we're dopes? Like we don't know exactly what they were trying to do with this. He goes on to say he's doing his duty, and Secretary Hegg said, all these guys, blank you. You're not going to be able to scare us. We have a right to defend the Constitution. We have a right to tell other service members they have a right to ignore illegal orders, and you're not going to be able to intimidate us. Kelly also released a statement. He said, when I was 22 years old, I commissioned as an ensign in the United States Navy and swore an oath to the Constitution. I upheld that oath through flight school, multiple deployments on the USS Midway, 39 combat missions in Operation Desert Storm, test pilot school, 4 space shuttle flights at NASA, and every day since I retired, which I did after my wife was shot in the head while serving your constituents. In combat, I had a missile blow up next to my jet and flew through anti-aircraft fire to drop bombs on enemy targets. At NASA, I launched on a rocket, commanded the space shuttle, was part of the recovery mission. I did all this in the service to this country. Secretary Hegseth's tweet is the first I've heard of this. I've also saw the president post saying I should be arrested, hanged, and put to death. Then he goes on to say the same things that he's been saying. Okay, we're going to see how this plays out. But my prediction is they're going to investigate, and they're going to say this is worthy of a military tribunal. Now, what will they do around this? Hard to say. I don't see anybody being hanged. I don't see sedition here. We had on Brigadier General and Congressman Scott Perry making the point, though, that this guy could be decommissioned. He could lose his pension. Something like that could happen because he's kept this. He's under military control. I could see that happening, and I think that's what should happen here. Now, as far as Houlihan, the two from the Deluzio and Crow, and then the two from CIA, I don't know what the arena of punishment would be here. Everybody seems to agree those 5 might be outside any kind of thing with the military. So what do you do with them? Now, just when you thought as we head into Thanksgiving, this started last Monday. I know I was talking about it when we got the initial message that was just a reminder to you about not really. So it's been a full week. Just when you think it would calm down heading into Thanksgiving, et cetera, what happens? Well, investigation of Mark Kelly. Now, it just saddens. Robert Ben Salem, I think, made a good point how his company was helping the Chinese spy satellites and all. So, you know, despite all of his service, there are problems there. But Slotkin, I still believe, is the one that really is pushing the envelope on this. And surprisingly, so is Houlihan. And the broader point with me, with Houlihan particularly here, are you like me? You're sick and tired of this gang, the squad in the suburbs. They used to have the woman who lost to Ryan McKenzie in Lehigh Valley. The dean, Mary Gay Scanlon, the Houlihan, lecture repeatedly against any Republican, repeatedly, civility and all the moderation. Guy Shiraki is the expert on this, but he's noticed they're still doing that, but their politics have ratcheted up to be a lot more confrontational and progressive. They're no longer just liberal. They're bordering on things like this, and that's how Houlihan got scooped up into it. Now, why would she do it? Not sure which one reached her. I don't think she was the architect. Could it be she's running against Fetterman, or Fetterman vacates, running to be a senator from Pennsylvania? Is Pennsylvania really going to elect a woman caught up in this? I don't think so. Miscalculation. But I bet that's one of the rationales for this. All right, coming up, your calls. We'll hit on the side question. I see one we should have taken off. Any more military people? So Pete Hegseth involved on Twitter talking about this, why this is going down. You have these others responding nationally. And I want to talk a little bit. Over the weekend, it becomes pretty clear. I don't think she's just running for the Senate. I think AOC is running to be president. And I'll try to tell you in an honest way what the downside is, you can imagine, but what the upside is. Could she possibly be their nominee? And I'll tell you straight up, she could. And you think, well, licking our chops, we'll beat that every time. Maybe she's one of their better nominees in a broader sense of it. Now, I know that's a small field. It's like a high jump of a foot or something, but, 855-839-1210. You can jump on board with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Winter's coming, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the cold sets in. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak, I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns, and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
It is a pleasant start to the week with plenty of sunshine with a high temperature right near average at 54. For tonight, clouds on the increase, low 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy with rain developing during the afternoon with a high 54.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Tom Giordano show. Get in on the side question. We'll declare a winner. And then Friday, only 4 days this week, off on Thanksgiving. And we'll have a winner to send you off to Gallows. All right, AOC. Now, we know the parody of her. We know about all that. But she has spent millions to already start organizing. I think she would beat Chuck Schumer. That's not the polling indicates that. She has now amassed in all of her social media platforms 36.7 million followers. Recent analysis by ABC News also identified her among the Democrats who have been traveling to key battleground states this year. So winning the presidency, maybe not. Winning the nomination, she's in that circle. It includes Newsom, Shapiro, without a doubt. And I saw the other night, it was Killer Mike was on with Bill Maher. And he identified the real contender in his mind is Pritzker of Illinois. And Ro was watching me and said, who is this guy? Then I pointed to him. She went, this guy? Yeah. Pritzker. Let's have Pritzker on the Democrat side. If we can't beat Pritzker, then the country really has changed.
I agree.
Yeah. That's going to be it.
I don't think. Then the messaging's all like, do we hate billionaires? Do we like billionaires?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the messaging here?
Yeah, it's right, and it's not a self-made billionaire is one thing. Pretty much a self-made. But this guy just inherited from the father who was the hotel king.
Well, we see people like voting for mommy and daddy's money. I mean, you got the mayor in Seattle didn't hold a job until she was in her 30s, and then Zoran also comes from a very wealthy background.
In New York and Seattle, you can see it. Now, AOC is not from New York per se, not New York City where she ended up. She's from the suburbs, and, her life was not as hard-pressed as she might make it out to be. And she can come up with some wild stuff at times, but I think she has a reasonable shot at least to be senator and I think she's going to run for president. I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to run for president. Can you imagine the debate there? Oh, my God. All right. One more, though, on the military thing, Henry. This is cut 21. So there's this representative, Auchincloss from New York, who I think comes from a pedigreed background. Listen to whom he thinks the burden of proof is about illegal orders and his whole thing. Who is that on to prove, essentially, he is not doing illegal orders? Here's what he said.
Also on another topic, President Trump continued to attack Democrats overnight over the video that they had put out urging military members to refuse illegal orders. Those Democrats are also facing questions, though, about what illegal orders they are talking about. Some of them are kind of dancing around that question. I want to play for you Senator Alyssa Slotkin on ABC just yesterday.
A warning to say you couldn't do this.
If they are going there where they did, do you think they should have been more explicit about the contours of what they think is actually illegal?
I think the burden of proof on respecting the integrity of the military does not lie on these patriots and veterans who are serving in Congress. It lies on the President of the United States, who has entertained the idea of using the military to aid and abet the insurrection that he launched in 2020, who has called American cities training grounds for the United States military, who has ordered strikes in the Caribbean that have so rattled our own allies that they have decided to not share intelligence to advance those strikes because they don't believe that they are justified or legal. This president is the one who has to answer to the American public on his violations of posse comitatus, which means that he can't use the military for law enforcement purposes, as he's tried to do in Los Angeles and Chicago and elsewhere. And he has to answer to the American public for why he wants to wage a ground war in Venezuela when the American public has been crystal clear that they are done with military adventurism overseas.
Yeah,
all right, so the burden of proof is on Trump here, is his argument. Now, anybody knows the burden of proof is on the person screaming illegal order here. It's not on Trump to prove that every order given, and he's not even given orders in this situation. Many times it's just military action that some people think is illegal. Does it all come back to ICE? Does it come back to the Venezuela thing? They won't say. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary's on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Wonderful day outside. I'll tell you that. It's beautiful out here.
Thank you. Yes.
Matches the show. Matches the show.
Thank you, Gary.
Say, I'm going to ask if I can change my answer because as I'm listening and I'm listening to affordability, I listened to Scott Perry, and the guy took the words right out of my mouth that I said a few weeks ago about affordability. Let's stop paying subsidies. And I will say that we already live in a socialist economy or a socialist government because we're already paying people to stay home. We're paying people to use a phone. We're paying people's insurance. We're paying people to eat. And I know you know how I feel about paying people to eat what they shouldn't do. But if you don't have the government, and I'll say the famous 9 words from Ronald Reagan, right? I'm here from the government and I'm here to help. If we didn't have the socialist programs that we have, our 401ks would also take a dip because all of the things that these large pharmaceuticals, Coca-Cola, they're all getting from federal subsidies because if somebody's not having to pay the full rent for their share, well, then they can use that money to buy Coca-Cola or vice versa.
All right. So what's your answer then after all that, Gary?
Sorry for the rant. I thought my answer is the Gipper. Let's do one. Take one. Do one for the Gipper. Winthrop with the Gipper.
All right. The Gipper. All right. That's a good one. All right. The at the beginning of it counts. Could be fictional and all that. So we get ready for the lightning round. As I said with AOC, she should be taken seriously versus a few of the others here who have not been out there as publicly. And when you get 36, 37 million followers on social media, like it or not, that's something to take a look at. That's a force. I don't know which Democrat, the poser is always the threat. That's Josh Shapiro. By the way, over the weekend, it's come out even more that he has placed now $1 million of home security around his own personal residence. And look what happened here was ridiculous. But this guy has gotten away with this, spending all this money, and yet he will still not enunciate that the guy did it because the guy is part of the party that hates Josh Shapiro's religion. It's about Israel. It's about Gaza. It's about all that. That's how he did it. And he won't even get to the bottom of how did the state police allow this guy to get over the fence, get there, and still escape. Either thing, he doesn't care, but he is taking the juice from it in having to talk, and it's true, to have your family in that situation, but then to make your home when you leave office incredibly valuable because of all these things he's put in there with no transparency. He's also suing still on this sexual harassment / other things case with his former advisor. And he keeps on talking about getting things done and how he negotiated the shutdown. He didn't do any of that. In the end, he's the guy that you got to watch. But AOC has enough leverage, has enough fundraising, has enough social media to get that fundraising that I think she'll be a player. And I think that she is going to run. Lightning round. Hit us with the or of. This is the day that, yesterday was, that Billy the Kid was born. All-timer the. Hit us with one of those. Give it a shot if you've never done it before. Get your name into the hat. But as I said, I thought kind of yesterday after the Sunday shows, this whole thing with Mark Kelly and the gang was going to burn out. Wouldn't be talking about it today. And right in the middle of the show, Pete Hegseth now on Twitter, the back and forth, investigating him. What is the investigation going to show? I think it's going to show grounds for a court-martial. Doesn't mean he'll be convicted, but it's a different form of justice. I'm not even sure if it has to be in toto or is it, I'm going to look that up. If he committed actions here that deserve to take away his commission, pension, or whatever. I don't think we're going to see anybody convicted of sedition, nor should that be the path here. But the others, what is accountability for Houlihan? Calling her out repeatedly. What a fraud she is. 855-839-1210.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Every day around this time, the lightning round, once and for all, to get us to a winner. Let's go to Zenos here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Don, and happy holidays to you and the whole crew over there. I just want to make a little remark real fast about the military. I have friends that are in the Marine Corps, and even some, the church that I go to. And about disobeying orders, if you get one, you know what he said? Good luck with that. He said there's the Army way,
right,
the right way, the wrong way, the Marine Corps way, the Army way, and the other guy said it's the military way. Good luck with you disobeying orders, he said. Now, for the side question, is I think you know which one it is, but it was already taken, so I have to go with a barbarian. It's Attila the Hun. A dude that came out of Central Asia, and it was attacking Europe just about the time of the Roman Empire. So it's Attila the Hun. You know which one I wanted, but it was already taken.
Thanks, Zenos. Well, I think Attila the Hun's a better answer. That guy in history, as you never hear him called, he's a one name, the Hun. They rode on horseback through the night. They apparently didn't sleep at times, so
Yeah.
they made the enemy believe that. That's
Sean made the good point. It's not just like, he represents that entire group. He is that group. The Hun.
Exactly.
You want to talk about the Huns? He's the Hun.
He's the only one. Yeah, that's the only one that I know of. Drew in Upper Darby. Hiya, Drew. What's yours today?
Hey, thanks, Tom. Hey, happy holidays, you and all the crew. Thanks. Hey,
Thank you.
Dinos is right, man. That Attila the Hun, he was a bad dude, man. So, hey, Dom, this is outside the box a little bit, but this piece of land is so geographically strategic. It's used for insurance companies' names. I'm going to say the Rock of Gibraltar.
Excellent answer. Yep, that's true. That's the meme, the face of it when you want to go there. Yes. Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what do you have today?
Well, I just have one thing I wanted to mention. When I was in the Army as a sergeant in the infantry, we never had an unlawful order, ever. So
yeah, it's rare. Bill, there is no doubt.
I never.
Yeah.
I spent 6 years in there, and I never saw an unlawful order. Ever.
No, and what they're asking for is almost to have the Supreme Court there on a battlefield with the drug boat going away and determining is that legal or not.
Right. Yeah, well, I think that Kelly did the wrong thing. And he may have to, I don't know whether he'll go for the full court martial or take an Article 15. I have no idea.
What's an Article 15, Bill?
Oh, an Article 15 is a non-judicial misconduct.
Okay.
It's misconduct, and you can get loss of pay, you can get reduction of rank, and some other responsibilities.
I would be fined if that's what happens to him. That's what I think he deserves.
Yeah, I would think of Article 15, which is misconduct, rather than treason. I mean, that's kind of a far-fetched, really. So,
what's your side? Yeah,
but he can accept it. Oh, okay. My side is the person who solved the unsolvable problem, according to Greek legend, Alexander the Great, with the Gordian knot.
All right. Bill in Montco's got a good one. This guy jumps off the pages of history. Who's yours, Bill?
Yeah. Hey, Dom. One thing, Lieutenant General Mark Hertling gave the defense for what Mark Kelly's going to use, that officers take a different oath than the enlisted, where the enlisted really do say they're going to obey the president, and the officers are more arbiters of the Constitution. So we already know what Mark Kelly's going to say. But on my side answer, William the Conqueror.
But just let me finish with that. That's fine for him to do that, but he's instructing these. That makes it even more that he has more power here, and he's instructing the lower ranks to be doing this.
Right. Basically, Hertling was saying that officers are really the arbiters of what's constitutional, like down to the lieutenant level, which is really ridiculous, but that's a story he's going to stick to it, I'm sure. But anyway, William the Conqueror.
Yep. Great one. Let's go to Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Joe, how about yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe. Happy Thanksgiving.
Likewise. My nomenclature regards Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost.
Well put. In that lyrical style of yours, Joe. Pull that out. All right, we're going to make a decision here because I want to remind people one more time about Scott Jennings. So, Sean, who did you like today? Which one popped for you that captured this?
Attila the Hun was a neat one.
Was a good one.
Yeah, it reminded me of Billy Joel's first band.
Okay. Henry, how about you?
I'll second Attila the Hun, and I'll throw in Eric the Red and the Bay of Bengal.
Oh, you like the Bay of Bengal. It was clever how Joe put the and of in there.
Mm-hmm.
That really was doing the extra. I got to go with Attila the Hun, though.
All right.
In history, that's one of the first thes that ever jumped out at me, and he represents who were the other Huns, doesn't matter. It's just one guy. All right, we'll put that into the hat, and on Friday we'll have a winner. We'll do it again tomorrow. I'm thinking all-time toy tomorrow because the Toy Hall of Fame has 16 possible people to go into did you know there's a Toy Hall of Fame? And some are not in there. It's kind of like the Sports Halls of Fame. We'll give you that tomorrow. I think they have about 100 in there so far. But don't forget Scott Jennings. You heard Joe, the last event we were there at the Colonial over in Phoenixville. It's a great spot. December 9th. You want to be there. You want to meet Scott Jennings, do the meet and greet, get the book, come backstage before. We do a whole hour with him there before we go on. And he is the guy. He is the hottest pundit out there. I think he's actually helping CNN to sort of stabilize itself. Well, not total. Even Scott can't work miracles. Get your tickets, though. A lot about Trump, the book, and a lot about Elon Musk, the guy that's inside all that with us, and just great gentleman and a great guy to talk with. I love it every time we get him on. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get those tickets now. Try to meet and greet. Never done it before. If you've come to events, it is a blast backstage. 1210WPHT.com. We'll see you tomorrow. Richie always next with 4 big hours today to take you home. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210.